pummeled. They got pummeled yesterday by Detroit. Pistons 139, Kings 116. But Alan, the Pelicans won. Let's see. Somebody won today, or somebody lost today. Indiana lost today. But Sacramento, let's see, as we speak, just a game out of worst place and just a half game out of a bottom 3 spot.
That's how you do it.
Right?
That's how you do it. And it wasn't what you would think, Whitey, because yes, that they lose to the Pistons, and it was a very weird game time, and you're watching football, and then you remember that the Kings are playing, and then you watch them play, and you say, maybe that snowstorm
is that how you did
bad.
it?
Maybe just a little bit. But I will say this, while you're watching, you see Nick Clifford start to arrive a little bit. He's feeling more comfortable. As we've said before, all minutes aren't created equal, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Nick. It feels like, remember the big proclamation? And it feels like that was a long time ago. But the big proclamation that this is Keegan Murray's team now.
Yep.
And then Keegan gets injured again, and we haven't seen Keegan since. But we're starting to see, in my opinion, kind of a changing of the guard. Maybe these trades will happen, maybe they won't. But the way the team is focused, it feels like there's possibly a middle ground. Obviously, we want these guys traded. But even if they don't get traded, they do feel fairly self-aware, Whitey. So not to be confused with not wanting to make a deal, but even still, you can find Neek some moments. You can find Maxime some moments. And I'm starting to see more moments from Neek, and that's what we wanted to see at the beginning of the season.
Maxime, by the way, maybe hitting that rookie wall right now.
Yeah. Well, at first, we thought the rookie wall was going to be going to show up much quicker than it did. It didn't look great early. Then he kind of broke through it a little bit.
Right.
Seems like we're hitting the next rookie wall a little bit. Whitey.
Let me ask you this before we get back to the game yesterday and what it all means. This is from Mark Stein. One source talked about the trades because I know you're feeling like, they might not do anything. Mm-hmm. Quote, one source close to the process essentially describes an Ellis trade as an inevitability, end quote. Is he talking about Sam Amick? Is he talking about what Sam Amick wrote? Because Sam Amick said it's sooner rather than later. And Mark Stein says, a source close to the process. I wonder if he's actually writing about what Sam Amick wrote and saying, that's a source close to the process.
Well, you're not supposed to do that, right?
Not really.
I mean, technically, because I was actually just looking this up not too long ago, technically a source is supposed to be somebody, and I get it, we're in the wild, wild west now, but technically a source is supposed to be somebody that you spoke with within the organization.
Maybe it's probably the source, whoever, whatever that is, told both of them the same thing.
Yeah.
That's probably what happened.
If you say per source, it should be somebody within the building.
Right.
You can't turn someone into a source that was not initially
I wouldn't
your
think
source.
so. But, I'm just on guard here.
Yeah.
And I think it's good to be careful about how we consume all of these reports and rumors and things.
Yeah, and the reality is there's a bunch of talking right now, but not a ton of action. It's so funny, Whitey, because everybody keeps saying that Keon is the inevitable piece, but they also keep saying that the Kings probably won't get a first rounder. So that leads me to the question of, well, what are they going to get back then? Right? I don't know. Maybe there's a young player out there that
take 2 seconds.
Swamp. I wouldn't, no, but I wouldn't have found myself in this position anyway with Keon on the outs. So, no, I wouldn't take 2 seconds, personally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, again, I know they got thumped yesterday. Offensively, they did some nice things. Shot 52% from the floor. Mm-hmm. Man, made 11 and 25 threes. They just can't guard anybody. But it was nice to see Keon Ellis play well yesterday with 14 points, hit 3 of 6 threes. And I know Zach LaVine was out yesterday, but all of a sudden, hey, look, is that Keon Ellis? It is. Yeah. And he responds.
Right. And I think that's a guy where the conversations that have continued to pop up have been about his ceiling and whether or not he can help someone right now. Here's the argument, and maybe it is too far, right? Maybe it is too far gone. But the argument to me still is, if you do go get an AJ DeBansa and you do decide to keep Domantas Sabonis, whatever it is, you could use Keon in that. The hybrid rebuilds that we talked about a lot last week, if you do go in that direction, Keon would definitely help you. But that's not a situation. And by the way, I guess we gave Matt an out, right? Because he came out with the proclamation last week that he believed those were the last minutes that Keon was going to see in a Kings jersey. And I know we went back and forth about rotation minutes versus just kind of throwaway minutes. But, I mean, he did play. And I was double checking again.
Right.
I got him on the phone because, they're still not on the TV. I said, that looks a lot like Keon Ellis.
Why didn't you call out Matt George when he was in
I
here?
completely
Instead of
forgot.
coming after him now when he's long gone.
I completely forgot.
Do you fear him? Are you afraid to criticize him to his face?
Me.
I'm just wondering why you didn't.
No.
He's gone.
Honestly,
he's probably home by now.
It wasn't at the top of my list, but that was the whole thing. And to go back and forth when you're down the way they were down, I guess the argument still is, well, what are rotation minutes, to be honest with you? So the spirit is still there, right? It's not as if, are you playing to showcase? Are you playing, are you playing just to keep them warm? But the idea of, these guys working towards winning specifically a basketball game like yesterday, yeah, sure. That the spirit is still there with what Matt said.
Here was my approach yesterday. I decided to watch the Kings first, of course, because the game started first. The game was tipped off just after noon, and the Broncos and New England played bottom of the hour. So I watched the Kings, and it's just somebody, in fact, Anthony was asking me last week one day, are you going to watch football or the Kings? I said, I'll probably watch the Kings primarily, just kind of out of habit, and I like basketball better.
Right.
Well, we'll see. So I started watching the Kings, and I flipped back and forth a little bit, when there's breaks in the action for the Kings. And then I decided, well, I'll record the Kings in case I need to go back and do something. And I caught some of the big plays. I caught the fourth down ill-advised, I should say, fourth down play from the Broncos. I saw that and then came back live. But I just feel obligated to watch the Kings. And then at the end, when they had that tussle, and I'm like, can you just finish this?
Right.
Because I want to watch New England and Denver.
Right.
It's like, well, we're going to have to review that. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
But I waited it out, Alan.
Yeah. Well, good for you. Look, and obviously, when you have something running, right? I don't know, Whitey. Me personally, this is still a waiting period. So my point in why it's tough to really watch these games now is because we know it's not anybody's finished product. It would be different if we knew it was the Kings' finished product and they just stunk. Then you're still thinking, okay, maybe they can turn it around at some point. There's still a reason to evaluate. I don't know what the reason is to evaluate this iteration of the Kings. Even last season, after they traded for Levine, that was still different because, hey, maybe they could turn it around. And, they had the 7-game winning streak right before they traded De'Aaron. But everybody knows, including the Kings, and I'll give kudos to Doug Christie and the Kings for, doing their best to make something out of this season, knowing that we're all just waiting. Teams like that, you don't really see them get into tussles or anything because that's not, we know it's all a waiting game. But they still really ride with each other. And that's part of the reason, too, Whitey, that I still think that there's a world where this team does make it past the trade deadline. I don't know, just something. Maybe it's Keon. Because at this point, would moving Keon even change anything? Right? If you get the first, cool. But what would moving Keon for 2 seconds do for anyone?
Yeah, in theory, it opens up a little bit of room in the backcourt, but he wasn't playing anyway. If you trade Keon and you get a first, at least it is an indication, something that they can all point to. The organization can say, see, this is what we're doing now.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would placate fans. But speaking of Coach Christie, he did something very significant Friday night when the Kings are playing in Cleveland and they're down 16-2. And he took all the starters out.
Yeah.
He took them all out.
Yeah. It's one
and
of those,
then the reserves came in and they ended up tied at 35 at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, it's one of those things where early on, and I know I was giving Dave and the crew a hard time about the Doug Christie questions, but they did ask one that I thought was, it must have been Jason.
Wait, before you gave Dave a hard time, now it's Dave and everybody else.
No, it's just Dave, but they're a team.
Now you're calling out Dave and J-Ross.
No, they're a team, though.
Okay,
they're a team.
You said Dave and the crew.
No, it's the crew, but, they're a team. They're a
Okay.
team. But the question I believe Jason did ask, and it was basically, what have you kind of learned about yourself? And he did kind of find a way, maybe not to go right into the yelling and things like that, but finding a way to push the buttons when he felt like he needed to push them. And one of these buttons, I mean, Whitey, there have been a lot of bad losses. He could have pushed the button where he takes out all the starters. He could have pushed that about a month ago, and he decided that in that moment was when he wanted to do it. And I do also believe that he is starting to, dare I say, I don't want to say connect more, but start to maybe move forward with the young guys and how much the young guys, I know Matt was saying, I believe that was on Friday, how much the young guys really like Doug and they're kind of forming a bond.
I'm not sure
there.
where he got that. Obviously, he's well-sourced.
Yeah.
That's significant.
Yeah, so it feels like Doug slowly but surely, again, Whitey, whether or not a trade happens, it does feel like this team is not the same team that it was when they tipped off in October.
Well, he had Nick Clifford yesterday, and again, I know Zach LaVine didn't play, but he played 33 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And he had 15 points. That's good.
Yeah.
And he got into it with, who was it? It was Ron Holland, pardon me.
Yeah.
Got into it with him.
Right.
Pushed him. Ron Holland turns around and thinks that Keon had pushed him. So he pushes Keon, and Keon flops. And then as I'm sitting here going, come on, let's just get this over with so I can watch the Broncos.
Yeah.
Oh, timeout. This is under review for a hostile act.
Right.
No.
You're saying, Keon, get up. Not now, Keon.
But Doug Christie spoke about what Neek did and how he handled that in glowing terms.
Yeah.
Progress.
I mean, this is, again, a team that is trying to find their way. And again, I understand no Zach LaVine. But even at that point, I'm still okay with talking about the fact that Neek did get 33 minutes and we say, hey, well, there was no Zach LaVine. At least he got him, right? At this point in the season, who cares why they got him? At least they got him. So Neek, 33 minutes. And then you get Dylan Cardwell. He gets his 27. And even a Devin Carter sighting at one point, he gets 7 minutes. So at this point, to me, it's not even about, well, should we count that as Doug going to the young guys because LaVine didn't play? Whitey, I don't really care. Just get them in any way you can get them in.
Japanese dog in the chat, and I'm going to call Japanese dog Inu because that's how you say dog in Japanese. Inu-san says, imagine next year's potential starting lineup being Monk, Neek, AJ DeBonsa, Keegan, and Cardwell. Woo! Here we go.
That took quite the turn there. That is a who's who class right there. Look.
That's an athletic lineup.
It is don't get me wrong, it's a very athletic lineup. I think the future of Malik Monk, he feels like he's probably going to be the guy that gets the call. I wouldn't be surprised. They have this logjam at the two-guard position. I wouldn't be surprised if the two guys we see going because of value being Malik Monk and Keon. And I know people don't love Malik's three-year contract or what's left of it, but they just seem like the two guys that make the most sense, and someone could talk themselves in to Malik Monk versus a Zach LaVine or anybody like that, even though Zach LaVine only's got the 2 years. It's a high price tag. And we've said this before, and I mean it, no disrespect whatsoever, but I don't know that Zach LaVine, actually I do know, Zach LaVine is not $30 million better than Malik Monk.
You know what the weird thing about that would be? If it came to that, I don't know if that's how they're thinking, but that would mean if they ended up trading Malik, it would mean that when they were trying to trade him, they didn't play him. Then they decided, at least as far as what's been reported, that they decided we're not going to trade him. So then they started playing him, and he played so well that someone decided, oh, now we'll trade for him.
Yeah. And then at that point you say, well, no, actually we want to hold on for him. But I don't think that would be the case, because it's not that I'm saying that they're not being truthful, but again, they had Malik on the market. Sometimes it is good to change up the look of it. Why do you post different pictures on Facebook if your marketplace isn't selling? Get the lighting a little bit better. That's what they're doing a little bit with Malik Monk, and maybe it'll work out for him.
The craziest stat of the game yesterday? Let me make sure I have this right. Yeah. If you look at a box score, I spend a lot of time looking at box scores, as Kyle Draper likes to point out. I love basketball box scores. Typically, in every box score, NBA box score, there's at least one number where you're looking and you go, whoa. And in this case, in the game yesterday, lots of things stand out. But how about this? Dylan Cardwell yesterday had 5 assists. Whoa.
That is a whoa.
How about that?
Yeah. And he really a quieter day from the scoring perspective, right? 27 minutes, 4 points, and
Only
he gets
took
those
2 shots.
Yeah.
Missed a couple free throws, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists.
Is he your best story of the season?
Oh, you and your stories.
Well, no. Because you said
love your stories.
No, I don't love the stories. You love the stories.
No, you talk all the time about the stories. It's fine.
No. But I'm saying to you.
The best story you're asking. Are you saying or are you asking?
I'm asking you.
Mm-hmm. Right now, he probably is, yes. But we still got some pizza left in the box.
Yeah.
Because he came out of like almost literally, not where he went to school is nowhere, but almost nowhere, just off the radar, I should say.
Yeah.
To now being a player where you can look at and go, man, I think he's an NBA player.
No.
And he impacts winning according to his coach.
Well, I think the other thing too is that you're kind of the switch happens when you start to depend on someone, right? Let's talk about even Brock Purdy for a second. Brock early on.
Are you comparing Dylan Cardwell to Brock Purdy?
I'm not.
It's okay if you are.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
You just like to do that and then pretend you're not. I would just want you to take responsibility for your comps.
There's no responsibility to be had.
Did he used to do that with you all the time too, Kyle Ledbetter?
No.
All right. Okay.
Look, all I'm saying is with Brock Purdy early on, everybody was hoping he could just keep the boat afloat, right? Then as the season went on, there's that switch that turns into expectations where it's, we actually need this guy to produce because we're not getting as surprised anymore.
Right.
And I think that
where boat started motoring a little bit.
Exactly. And I think that boat needs to be worked on a little bit. I think Dylan Cardwell is starting to get to that point where it's a great story, don't get me wrong, but you are waking up, getting ready to watch a game and thinking, all right, Dylan, I need something from you. And I'm not even necessarily saying to fans, I'm saying Doug. And I think that's what matters the most.
I'm trying to figure out your fascination with stories. You're probably still reading bedtime stories, aren't you?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. A lot of stories, Daniel Tiger, what's all the ones? Bluey, just a lot of stories. Right?
Yeah.
Night Engine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so probably Dylan Cardwell. You'll be reading that story.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
That's right. And I'm going to be reading it to her before bedtime. The double, who could.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's going to be called.
Mm-hmm. I still think something's going to happen. I go back and forth, Alan. You're probably right. But I'm even thinking there may be something afoot when it comes to Domantas Sabonis. But if any team had interest and they give me a call and I'm the Kings, I'm telling them, you can't even sit down with me unless you're willing to offer 2 firsts. If you're not, fine, but just let's not waste each other's time.
Well,
2 firsts, we can start.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'll do it for that, but if you're not offering me 2 first-round picks for Domantas Sabonis, see you later. Thanks.
Now, are you saying that solely because you think that's what he's worth, or are you saying that because you're not necessarily in a position where you feel like you need to move off of him?
Both of them. In order for me to even consider moving a guy who's that impactful when I don't have to, it's like, you got to dangle 2 firsts, or I'm like, no.
Yeah. Well, it's so funny, too. The price of players can be very confusing. I just saw over the weekend, Miles Bridges, somebody was saying they might need 2 first-rounders for Miles Bridges. I'm thinking, and if that's your line, then, Whitey, then, yeah, of course, I need 2 for Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
I know the price matters.
Who was the team?
That.
Was it the Warriors? Because I know they've been linked to Miles Bridges.
Yeah, I think it was more about just getting out what his price tag could be. And, yeah, I mean, look, personally, I'm not paying that. But if he is going for 2, and you got your boy Trey Murphy, which was supposed to be, I don't know, 4 at this point or whatever ridiculousness it was, then yeah, Domantas Sabonis, he has to go for at least 2. If Trey Murphy, what did they want, a young player, multiple first-round picks? If that's the Trey Murphy deal, and I get it, he's only making $25 million a year, but these guys out here that we're talking about multiple first-round picks, Domantas Sabonis has to get that. It's just the weird thing when you look at, it's not even about how good you are anymore, it's just the value of your contract. So I do think what worries me is when you're looking at what Ja could go for or what Trae Young went for. Trae Young is better than Miles Bridges, but Trae Young's contract put them in a different position. So that is what scares me about the Domantas Sabonis possible deal, how he's viewed based on what he's getting paid, not how he's viewed as a player.
I think the Kings have to be, and I'm sure they are aware of this. You talked last week about kind of the hybrid rebuild. That wasn't the term you used, or was it? But that's what it was. And I'm sure the Kings are aware of this. They don't have to move off of Domas right now. They could because they have a couple centers they like. So, yeah, if you get something of value, okay. But I'm sure they're mindful of the fact that if they really hit the jackpot in the lottery, which is mathematically, it's very hard to do. As we all know, we play the lottery. The NBA lottery isn't that different from when you go to, the gas station and give you a scratcher. It's really tough. But if they do, given the quality of players that are in this draft, Domas could be part of you getting back on track sooner rather than later.
Yes.
For all the talk of it could take 5 years, and it might, given the quality of players available in this draft, it's possible that if everything falls your way, as unlikely as that is, that you could, like next year, you could be looking at, man, we got a lot of that work we had to get. It's already done.
Yeah, exactly. So, again, you can wait this thing out. If somebody, and that goes back to your price tag conversation, right? If somebody is showing up to you right now saying 2, 3 first rounders, okay, let's have a conversation. But if somebody's trying to lowball you, well, hold on. I don't necessarily know if I want to move Domantas Sabonis yet, because if we hit in the lottery and we get a top 3, top 2, we get the first pick in the draft, that might accelerate this thing a lot faster. So I think you're right to have that high price tag on Domantas Sabonis, at least until you figure out where you are in the lottery and you go from there. But if somebody is willing to pay 2, 3 first rounders, okay, let's have that conversation. But there's no rush to move off of Domas. Unless at some point he says that he wants to get out of here. And I think that he might even know right now, hey, I kind of got to show that I can stay on the court a little bit, get my value right before I, press that button, if he even wants to press that button.
I do think there's something a little silly going on with when he's playing and he's not playing. Well, he's hurt. Yeah, but that's not why his minutes have been restricted. And then he's not starting. He's coming off the bench, plays well, then he is starting. So to me, that tells me there's reasons for this. Obviously, if it's based on how good he is, he's starting every game. He's one of your best players. Right. So that's another thing that makes me think, for all the talk of how the scouts know all these guys and you can't really showcase anybody because they know how good they are. To me, there's definitely some showcasing going on. Of some kind.
Something. Or they're just trying to keep his stamina right. I don't know, because obviously nobody's come out and shut down any of these guys. So they're still kind of getting out there. And I know it was a blowout, but yeah, to your point, Whitey, nobody cracked the 30s as far as the minutes played besides Nick Clifford. And that's on purpose, right? Earlier on in the season, Doug was riding these guys to the ground. So I do think it's pretty clear Doug is trying to, at this point, keep everybody, warm, make sure everyone is getting, their touches and in the basketball game. And, it's just kind of touch and go right now. And I don't necessarily envy him. It's not an easy spot to be in.
Alan, can you read this latest text here, a message from Japanese Dog at the bottom there?
Is it in Japanese?
I think it is. Is that Hajime Mashita? Is that Hajime Mashita?
I think so.
Is? Okay.
I'm fairly sure.
All right. Thank you.
If you're going to be saying something on the air, I'm just going to take your word for it. I think that might be what
it is, but I'm not sure.
I'm going to take your word for it.
We appreciate that. So all in all, productive weekend for the Kings, even though the losing smarts, especially when you get rolled like they did yesterday.
Yeah. Like we said, you were able to leave that game with a couple things, not a W, but a couple of different things to kind of rest your shoulder on. The Nick Clifford, 33 minutes, him getting some action, Keon Ellis getting back in the game, Dylan Cardwell showing off his ability to distribute the basketball a little bit. So that's the type of stuff that if you're going to lose with a purpose. That's what everybody was annoyed about. Stop losing with no purpose.
You're right. I'm with you.
Enough. And
yes.
Are we done with it, do you think?
The Kings would play the veterans heavy minutes, and they'd lose, and then some fans would come out and say, oh, that's what all the people that wanted them to tank. Are you happy with that? Is that what you wanted? And it's not what those people wanted or want.
I'll tell you what, though.
Yeah.
A short show for us tomorrow. But I'll tell you what, though. Don't count on that tomorrow, Whitey, because it's the Knicks. And something tells me, again, I know they got him, they got him out here in Sac, but something tells me that they will not be just dispersing the minutes tomorrow. I think Doug's going to want this one again. I wouldn't be surprised if Get, Westbrook up there 35, 37 minutes.
If you're right, that would be very interesting because that's a case where, if you're right, I don't know that you are. I understand where you're coming from. That would be a case where the team would have an opportunity to, let's rally around the coach.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to do that as a team.
After that, though, these are just random games, right? Sixers,
the biggest game on this trip is the Washington game. It's probably the most meaningless on the surface.
That's right.
Because you're competing with them for a bottom 3 spot.
That's right. But Sixers, Celtics, Wizards, Grizzlies, let everybody get the mix in. But tomorrow,
really?
37 minutes for Russell Westbrook. Domantas Sabonis, he can play 30 minutes.
Do you think DeMar has a little axe to grind with the former coach of the Kings?
Did that ever get confirmed, the bench thing?
No, it didn't get confirmed.
Well, Mike didn't dap up. I was going to say, did they dap each other up? But nobody dapped
up
anybody.
Watch, you tell us.
No, there was no dapping. There was one dap.
Yeah?
Precious Achiuwa, that doesn't even count. He wasn't even on a team last year.
Well, and then the owner.
Yeah. The most important dap up.
Yeah. So are you back on Dap Watch tomorrow?
I'm back on Dap Watch, but I don't think there's going to be anything to watch. I think Mike laid it out there. There's no dapping happening.
When we come back with the Super Bowl set, I think we 49er fans need to get over ourselves a little bit. We're back with that. Don't go away. Drive, guys.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hagen Oaks knows you can buy a driver off the shelf anywhere, but Hagen Oaks is the only place where you'll find total game fitting. The Hagen Oaks TrackMan-powered player performance studio fits clubs to your swing. King's Ballnamic Ball Fitter finds your optimum golf ball. The putter fitting studio makes you a better putter, and FootJoy's 3D foot scanner finds your correct fit. In fact, Hagen Oaks will fit you from head to toe with equipment and apparel to make you the player you want to be. It's total game fitting, and it's only at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Award-winning guitarist and songwriter Gary Clark Jr.
So we got more than us.
Tour 2026, Saturday, January 31st, 7 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. An electrifying night of music with Gary Clark Jr. Special guest, Marcus King Band. On sale at the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Gary Clark Jr. Live.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
You were right, Alan. Hajime Mashite, which, as you know, means you're right.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, thank you, Japanese dog, Inu-san. TC, he just heard me saying, look, 49er fans, and I'm one, we have to get over ourselves. TC says, Whitey, thank you. Let this go. Niners didn't win. If you want to be mad at anyone, think about what I've been saying for years about Kyle Shanahan, high-level loser.
High-level loser? What does that even mean?
It means he's really good, but not good enough to win it all, which we'll see. They're coming up, on their 10th year, Shanahan and Lynch.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. I saw this, but I didn't necessarily know how to fact check it, but it was something that alluded to teams that win or coaches that win Super Bowls. Did you see this? Coaches that win Super Bowls with their first team normally do so within the first 5 years or something like that. It was this percentage.
I see.
So then obviously the Andy Reids of the world, that's what their second team, so it's a little bit different. But my point was that this was a Niner kind of content creator saying that Kyle might not get this one because if you look at McVay and now you got McDonald, we don't know if McDonald's going to win or not. Vrabel, this would be his second team. But, yeah, kind of the example of a lot of these guys get in, they do it while they're hot, and then you kind of figure the rest out after that. Shanahan's kind of been around here now, and like 80% of coaches or something that win one with their first team, they do so pretty darn quickly. Not 10 years, Whitey.
Yeah, I get you. I do think, though, I was one of these 49er fans that last week, as recently as Friday, was thinking, I know Bonte came on with Matt Kalin. He was talking about this, and I was right there with him that, we don't want the 12s at Levi's. Oh, it's going to be terrible if the Seahawks win a Super Bowl at Levi's. Oh, I know some 49er fans have said, this is the worst possible nightmare of a Super Bowl because you got Seattle and they just thumped the 49ers, divisional rival. Then you also got the Patriots who have won, one of the teams that's won more Super Bowls than the 49ers, and you don't want them to extend that lead at Levi's. And I was absorbing all of that and embracing all that. Then watching the games yesterday, I decided that's enough. We just can't take ourselves so seriously. The Seahawks, this will be the third time they've been to the Super Bowl since the 49ers last won one. So you just got to face facts. These teams deserve to be here.
Yeah.
And the 49ers got to do something about that.
Well, it's a little bit different, right? When we went out to Vegas for that Super Bowl, it was kind of a rough situation for the Raiders.
Yes.
Right? Because it was either the Niners win or the Chiefs.
And you're a Raider fan, but you got over it, right?
I got over it. Yeah, I think I don't know. I'm a weird one because, Niner fans, I got a lot of friends that are Niner fans, and we'll get into it. So I think most people would have rathered the Niners won, most Raider fans, but I personally, it was tough for me, but I kind of wanted the Chiefs to win, which I know is a very bad thing as an AFC West person. But that's what a lot of people are dealing with now with the Seahawks and the Patriots. If you're a Niner fan, I mean, it's very obvious you want the Patriots to win, right? You cannot have the Seahawks win in your house.
Does it really matter that much?
It doesn't, but if I were a Niner fan, I wouldn't want that. Niner fans were going crazy last night just trying to fanboy over the Rams because everybody knew if the Rams won, nobody would care. Nobody would care. So, I don't know.
Well, to answer your question, like I said, some will look at this as, oh, no, you can't win. Even if New England wins, then they have 7 Super Bowl wins. That's 2 more than the 49ers. Makes it harder for the 49ers to catch New England in the all-time Super Bowl standings. No, the 49ers have more immediate issues they got to deal with than to worry about Seattle won our building. Oh, no, New England won another one.
Yeah, and at this point, I do think going back to it and somebody saying, shout out to 925 saying, the stat is that no coach in the NFL has won a Super Bowl if they haven't done it within 7 years. Yeah, there are a couple different ways to kind of break that down. And look, I'll say this. You are in a position right now, if you are the Niners, and specifically Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, it's time for some tweaking. You don't need to change the whole thing. You've been very successful, but the reality is this has been my problem with a lot of Niners media and Niners fans, acting like you did actually win something. So this guy has gone a bit viral from time to time, David Lombardi with the SF Standard.
Sure.
And he says, Sam Darnold learned from the best, and now he's headed to the Super Bowl. Are you out of your mind? Why do we have to do – you didn't win. Who's the best? The best at what?
Right.
What are they the best at?
Pretty soon he's going to be the best.
Like what did he learn from the best at? And I feel like at some point the Niners in general need to stop acting like being, shout out the wedding, being the bridesmaid and not the bride. Like if you're the bridesmaid multiple times, that matters. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It does matter that you're putting together a competitive roster, that you're always in the mix. But you didn't win it.
I think it may be a Bay Area thing. And I'm from the Bay Area. You're from the Bay Area. So we've lived it. We've watched these teams and rooted for these teams in some cases. But the Warriors have the same thing. Like they think the dynasty's still going.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? They haven't won anything since 2022, and that was kind of a fluke. They did win it.
Yeah.
But then the Kevin Durant and all that stuff, that was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, but they act like,
Yeah.
well, we got to make a move and keep the dynasty going.
Yeah.
Bro, that flame is out.
And to keep it going with you, shout out Harrison Bader, the newest Giant. But
That's right.
Whitey, you go to a game. You go to a Giants game. They still got, and I get it, you win World Series, you put up the trophies. But Whitey, it's like a time machine. You go to Oracle Park and you're right back in 2010.
Yeah.
You got the trophies up and it's all good and we're still competing. Nobody's thinking about you. Nobody is thinking about you. So bringing it back to the Niners, I just think they got to look in the mirror and say, look, could we have done things a bit differently and won one by now? Sure. Maybe even 2. Jimmy Garoppolo, the overthrow, going back to Kyle Shanahan, did he know the overtime rules or not? Cool. But we know what Tomlin said that we can't say on the air. If something was this, then it wouldn't be that.
You could say that.
I'm not saying it.
You could say that.
You can tote the line, Whitey.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay out of trouble.
He said if my aunt had the parts of male anatomy, she'd be my uncle. That's what
right.
he said.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we can sit here and continue
He didn't make that up, by the way.
No, I know he did not. And we can sit here and we can continue to enjoy and pretend like you got to. Remember the quest for 6?
Yeah.
And revenge season, all this
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Debo's gone. Brandon Ayuk is gone somewhere. You just have to own up to the fact that you weren't good enough. And you know what? I'll stop sounding like a hater for 2 seconds, and I'll compare it to another team. And a team that was right there in the mix, and they found a way to get over the hump one way or the other. And I've said this comparison before, Whitey. I'm going to go with the Boston Celtics. The Boston Celtics decided that we don't have to get rid of Jason and Jalen. We're not doing that. We're going to find a way to get it done. They go out, they spend their bread, they get Derek White. They go out, they make a change. Brad Stevens, you're going up top. We're going to tweak things a little bit and figure out how we can do it. And they eventually got over the hump.
Yeah, they even held on to Missoula when a lot of people said he's got to go.
Exactly. So you just have to own up to the fact that you haven't been good enough. I've never heard Kyle Shanahan. It's always there's something going on, and they could have done this, and they should have done that, and John Lynch just, oh, shucks, I don't know. Kyle, he drafts them anyway. They just have to be honest with themselves, and they probably will win one. But stop acting like you won one when you didn't.
If they're honest with themselves, which I think they are, they watch the NFC Championship game and say, man, all those players are stronger and faster than our guys on offense who are now really old.
Exactly.
And the substation has nothing to do with the fact that some of these guys are getting hurt all the time.
No.
Because they're old.
Right. It's not Benjamin Button. You're going the wrong way.
Yeah.
And you see them, they show up to the Warriors game, and Jimmy Butler immediately goes down because they got the EMF all around them. And I'm just saying, Whitey, I still got to look at Kyle Juszczyk. Enough with Kyle Juszczyk. Him to me represents Kyle's inability to grow up and evolve. Enough with the cutesy. He's the best fullback. Ooh, look at the jackets. I don't care.
Yeah, get a wide receiver.
Just get a wide receiver.
Who run faster than
trotting
defensive
out
backs.
Kyle Juszczyk because we're the boys and we all hang out. Enough,
I'm
man.
with you. I know you're a Raider fan, but I'm with you.
They would have every time they get to the Super Bowl or the playoffs come around, I think if they would just admit where they have not been good enough, they would have already won one. But this cutesy stuff, I call it the private school offense. Hey, let's go find Juszczyk on a go route. Enough.
By the way, you have been talking for weeks about Puka Nacua, not a Rams fan, but you've been saying, slant, what do you call him? Slant merchant. He never beats anybody one-on-one. At least twice yesterday.
No, he didn't.
They went to him deep.
No, he did.
At least twice.
Yeah, I've been waiting for it.
He made an unbelievable catch.
I would have been waiting for it.
I'm not rooting for the Rams, but when I saw that, I admit I went to should I text down? He's at the wedding and everything. I'll wait till Monday.
Look. He showed up last night.
Slant merchant.
He was a slant merchant until he finally beat somebody, man. This is a thing, Whitey. This is a thing. I didn't make that up. You watch him. He's a slant merchant, scheme guy. But he showed up last night. Wasn't enough, but he showed up last night.
Conversation continues when we come back with a look at this. What do the unlikeliest Super Bowls ever have in common? Coming up with the Drive Guys.
This is Bill Cartwright. Join us Thursday, February 5th at the Golden One Center for the Sacramento Sports Hall of Fame celebration.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, though, may I ask if there are any unlocked guns in your home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money. And gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898. 888-9898.
Hello, everybody. Talking to Chad Hoblet here of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Chad, what's going on for the Start Something New sales event?
As the new year gets going, getting the family everywhere they need to be can be challenging, but it gets a lot easier when you save up to $8,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. They are one of America's favorite SUVs for a reason. It doesn't just get the job done, it gets it done in style.
It's true. The Jeep Grand Cherokee continues to be loved by everyone I know who has one.
It's easily one of the best SUVs on the road today. Whatever you're looking for, Hoblet is the place to go. From new Jeep Grand Cherokees to hundreds of certified pre-owned vehicles at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter with over 100 vehicles under $30,000.
Time to start something new with Hoblet Dodge in Woodland. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
8,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L after 2,500 factory rebates and 5,500 dealer discounts. Due to this net savings, VIN number 746-802 and 746-803. See dealer for details.
You remember me from a show called And Joe? I'm back on the radio, Sacramento. It's Joe Mami, and when you need your new country fix, join me weekdays from 6A to 10 for the Pat and Cody with Joe show on New Country 105.1 KNCI or on the free KNCI app.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Hope you had a great weekend. It's Monday. I probably shouldn't do this. I'm going to say something that's probably going to bring the jackals after me. I think it's possible that Sean Payton yesterday, when he decided to go for it on 4th down, they didn't get it. They ended up losing by 3. It's possible he was right. They could have called a different play, but I think he recognized we're going to need points today.
Yeah.
You could say, well, then you needed the 3. I think he might have known we're going to need more points
right
now before the storm hits. And I guess originally they were going to call a running play on the 4th down that they didn't convert when they were in field goal range. But I think it's possible for as much heat as he's taken today. And I know you talked last week about how, he could be a little more gentlemanly with reporters. So I'm not he's not my guy or anything.
Right.
But I think it's possible. That's the thing when you make a bold decision, it doesn't always go right, but he might have been right to go for it there.
Yeah, and in that moment, things just got a little bit stickier throughout the game, but early on, there's something to be said, Whitey, about when you were a kid and maybe you would go on a roller coaster or whatever it was and you weren't as scared, right? Then when you get a little bit older and you start wondering, you start learning more about it, you think, oh, well, something could go wrong here, and you're not as carefree, right? Early on in that game, Jared Stidham was a bit more carefree. They had the touchdown. He had that confidence, and I think Sean Payton was just trying to ride that for as long as he could, because eventually it did go away.
Yeah.
It did go away, but he did try to ride it for as long as possible. I think Sean Payton realized that and thought, let's just do it now while we're kind of surprising them, because I don't think this is going to happen later in the game.
Yeah, because even if they'd kicked the field goal there and everything else stayed the same, obviously it's only tied. You go to overtime. I believe you switch sides in overtime, and they would have been going into the snow.
Yes.
Right? And they were not. Denver was not going to score any more points.
No. And I know everybody's having the conversation how much the weather should be a part of it. And, hey, well, if it's just football weather, how come you never play a Super Bowl in bad weather, right? Or it's only happened once or twice. If that's all part of the game, is it part of the game? Is it not? Me personally,
that narrative, by the way, makes me sick to my stomach.
Which one?
The narrative, and I've seen it too, that, they shouldn't be playing these games in bad weather. That's so soft.
Yeah.
Well, I cut you off, but I just had to get that in there.
It's
but what were you going to say?
It's not that it's soft to me.
It is soft. Go ahead.
It's just a not aesthetically pleasing game.
Yeah.
It is in a different way. You get the snow and the tundra, but I'm watching from my warm couch.
First of all, you don't know when you set things up what the weather's going to be.
Right.
But the big thing is, and the difference between the Super Bowl, which is played in domes and warm weather cities, the difference is the team that has the home field advantage for the conference championship, they earned that.
Yeah.
So Denver earned, and the conditions were terrible, but they were at home. They earned the right to play at home. And I don't think it would be fair to say, all right, we're going to play all those games in a dome. And by the way, there's more and more teams that are going to go to dome stadiums. So this is going to become less and less of an issue. Even the Bears, I think, have plans for a dome stadium. But a team playing for a trip to the Super Bowl that has the best record to that point, they earned the right. They deserve to play a home game.
Yeah, and honestly, they just got a bit unlucky because of who they had to face. Even though the Texans' defense was top 3 along with the Broncos and the Seahawks, if the Texans find a way to win, now maybe they would feel more comfortable after winning in New England. But my point is the Broncos played basically the one team that this it doesn't help, right? Because you're playing New England, and New England obviously.
Or Buffalo. I mean, there's a few
Buffalo.
other teams.
Yes,
but yeah,
there are a couple other teams. So they did, on top of that, get unlucky. If they had to face the Dolphins or something, or the Bucks, they probably would have felt like, yeah, this is awesome. But because it was two cold weather teams facing each other, didn't feel like as much of an advantage as it should have.
Yeah, when you get to the Super Bowl, you have teams from each conference. They are playing in a neutral site because then, we just want to see the best football. But that doesn't apply to the conference championship games because someone plays and earns the right to have home field advantage.
Yeah.
Haven't you ever watched football before?
Sure.
What's wrong with these people?
Yeah, the domes are going to start popping up more and more.
They
and
are.
I'm not going to miss. We'll look back and we'll do the thing where we say, man, those were the good old days. Some people will truly feel like that. Some people won't.
Well, I get it. Yesterday, the game, it was a tough watch.
It wasn't.
I was watching the Kings instead of that.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're choosing to watch the Kings, then you know it's not a good-looking game. But even the game prior, I thought that game yesterday wasn't as bad as the Patriots-Texans game. That game was a nightmare because it was like sloshy. It was disgusting.
Did you watch enough to notice when CBS, they superimposed the yard lines? And then because of the technology and the graphics, some players were disappearing.
Yeah.
I saw that once like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Because of the what do you call that? What do you call that when you have the blue screen
What,
or
the
whatever?
green screen?
Whatever. And I think it was similar technology. But yeah, you'd see a player that's like,
yeah,
bro, just disappeared.
Right.
And now I know I'm like Sam Darnold. I'm seeing ghosts.
Yeah. Well, hey.
So they took that down because people didn't like that at all.
No, they didn't like it. And there was the white jerseys and what's going on here. Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind it. I also don't oppose moving on from it. But I do know me, and I do know that in about...
I don't know if we can keep doing the show together.
Well, I'm just saying, in 15, 20 years, I'll probably will say, man, don't you just miss a cold weather game, even though I didn't even like it at that time. That's what people do.
There also have been games in the snow, and I know yesterday was not just snow, but the wind. But there have been games played in the snow where teams are getting up and down the field.
What's the argument... Or what is your defense to the argument that you want to see both teams just in the best possible situation to see athletes play at the highest level? Because that wasn't them at the highest level yesterday.
Or was it? I mean, to me, part of football especially is overcoming those elements. I understand that argument, though. For the Super Bowl, yes. But as I said, for the conference championship game, teams earn the right to be home for those. And when you do that, you have no idea what the weather's going to be like.
Yeah.
So, I think that'd be terrible if Denver they earned home field, but it's going to be snowing, so we're going to play in Arizona.
Yeah. And I know Drake May didn't play great. And obviously, people are going to say he Mickey Mouse Super Bowl if they win. I don't think I will have 6.5 underdogs to the
Mickey Mouse
Seahawks.
Super Bowl?
Well, I mean, there's a little asterisk next to it.
Is there?
I think some people would say that. Not me.
They're going to get their asterisk kicked, I think.
I think so too. But even still, and Sean Payton was one of these guys, and we'll never know what would have happened if Bo Nix did play. Not that Bo Nix had been lighting it up, but Sean Payton always said, I think he said, I can't. And speaking of, did you see Diego Pavia came in at 5'9" and 7/8", even though he was listed at 6 foot? I mean, Whitey, I might have added an inch or two on the media guy, but brother, you added a good bit there. Okay, so now you're looking crazy. But Sean Payton had said, I can't draft. And this was so funny because he had Russell Wilson. I can't have a small quarterback, right? The hand size, just the physicality. And it's crazy that you might only need this guy to do something. And I know Kyler Murray can run when he needs to, but I'm watching that thinking, I don't know what Brock is doing in a game like this.
Brock.
No, I'm just saying these smaller quarterbacks, and I would never hate on my fellow Zonts. I would not do that.
That's what you're
doing. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying I watch a game like that, and I'm thinking, I need a physical quarterback.
Did you see what Drake May said about the naked bootleg keeper that clinched the game?
Nobody knew or something?
Yeah. He said nobody knew, even in the huddle. That's supposed to be a handoff. And he said, I couldn't decide if I wanted to tell them or not. I decided I wasn't going to tell them because one of the offensive linemen was like, we didn't know what was going on. He keeps it and then rolls out. And the coaches didn't know. He says nobody knew, but he had decided before the snap that he was going to keep it.
Is that a good look?
It is if you're a quarterback. That's
leadership. It's a good look because he got it.
Yeah.
He doesn't get it. Does he still say that out loud? I wouldn't.
It'll come out, wouldn't it? Someone say, he wasn't. I didn't think he was supposed to do that.
Right. Yeah, but physical guy. I think Bo Nix, another guy that maybe would have been all right. Bo Nix would have been running all over the place as well. But yeah, I'm watching that Whitey thinking, I don't know. I mean, as we get ready for the NFL draft, I'm thinking, my guy, once it's Fernando Mendoza doing that against the Broncos, how would I feel about him in that situation? I know Indiana can get, some snow and things like that too, but I don't know. It just wasn't the best version of football. I think it's part of the history of football.
To me, that's football, though. It's part of football more than any other sport.
Yeah, well, now they're at home, Broncos. Mm-hmm. I think. How about this, though? I bet the Broncos wish they would have played in a dome. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Hey, home field advantage.
They actually played one of the first NFL championship games, 1933. It was snowing. The weather was so bad they played in the basketball arena in like an 80-yard field. That was the first indoor game, and it was because the weather was so bad. But that's part of football. You ever played like tackle football in the rain?
Yeah,
like
it's
real
great.
Football.
Yeah, it's what
tremendous.
Do you mean? Hold up. Real football
with pads like tackle, like not like pickup, not
like turkey bowl.
That's like not glorified grab ass, but actual football.
No, like turkey bowl.
No, not turkey bowl.
Yeah, I mean you tackle. Where I come from, you play tackle, no pads.
Okay, but that's fine. That's just not actual football.
It is football.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's good.
It's raining. Is it only football if it's raining to you?
Well,
why don't we just play the Super Bowl back in Denver
I'm
again?
just saying that playing actual, legitimate, not grab-ass turkey bowl football.
Don't disrespect the turkey bowl.
Bad weather it's a challenge.
I don't like how you're disrespecting the turkey bowl. You don't know the type of numbers I put up in the turkey bowl. You don't know. I'm telling you right now.
What position?
All of them.
Okay, because I could
be
the
kick
classic
returner?
Wide receiver, like every play coming back to my huddle. Bro, I'm open.
Yeah.
I'm open on every play. You got to give me the ball.
But I am. Hashtag always open. That was my nickname. Double A. AO.
You can't convince me the Kings Showcase isn't on full display. What does Alan think? What do you think? We're back with that next on Sactown Sports.
This is Bill Cartwright. Join us Thursday, February 5th at the Golden One Center for the Sacramento Sports Hall of Fame celebration.
This is the story of the One. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work, with over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep and Ram Center, and Fairfield in Cal Expo. More info at CITPfest.com.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Before we get back to the Kings, just a couple more football notes. I sent this to Kyle Draper. Haven't heard back from him yet. This is from @RichardJohnson NFL. I don't know who that is. I apologize, but he does have a blue check. Breaking. Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts has reportedly been a deterrent for OC candidates on the market. Sources say the way he reads defenses mirrors the way he speaks. Overly complicated, ultimately unclear, too often ineffective. Philly is in some trouble. I don't even know if
that's not real.
I don't know if that's true.
That is. But you got that from Draper?
I sent that to Draper.
That is not real.
Probably not.
That can't be. That cannot be.
But I sent that to him. I haven't heard back from him yet.
Good.
And some people are wondering about what you said, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What the bleep is a slant merchant? Not a Niner fan, but I watched a guy named Jerry take a slant after slant to the greatest receiving career of all time, which is what I told you last week.
That is what you said. Look, I wanted to see him beat man. You know what
he did.
925 says, what the bleep is a slant merchant, then proceeds to tell me what a slant is. You know what it is.
Yes, but I think the point is, how can you use it as a disparaging term when the greatest receiver of all time was a slant merchant? How is that a bad thing to be?
That's not me. That's not me.
And he was a great Raider, too.
Yeah, no. I am not a Raider. That's what? No, that was Randy Moss. That was Randy. He said, I am not a Raider. Look, man, all I know is that I was being a hater with Puka. I am not the only one that had been a hater with Puka.
Alan, you need to take a chill pill. You sound like a bitter old Raider fan, says Lawrence Dubois.
I am a bitter old Raider fan. That's why I sound like one. Okay? Mm-hmm. Look, the Giants, they got their trophies up. All I'm saying is what? When they won that first one, what was it? 2010, 2012, 2014.
You're just saying don't live in the past.
I'm just saying you continue to act like you don't need to do anything else. That's how it reads to me. We're good because we have these championships. So we don't need to spend this type of money, or we don't need to do this and that because we have these three. Did you forget these 3 championships? No, I didn't forget. You don't let us forget.
You could make the argument, this is one of the things that irritates Jay a great deal, and Jay's on vacation this week, that some Kings fans, if not the organization itself, have been guilty in the past of living in the past a little bit.
Yeah.
The glory days, Chris Webber and Peja and Jay Will and Bibby and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
And at least the Niners, at least the Giants, they got World Series in the 2010s, right? We started talking about the Niners, who they don't even have that, but they went and people like to act like that matters for something, and it does. It's a better viewing experience than if you were a Raider fan, but you didn't leave with anything.
The problem to me is if you're rooting for a team and the team at one point, not too long ago, but a while ago, was really good, and the organization is still trying to convince you that, oh, no, we're still good because we were good then.
Yes.
And you're paying money to see your team, and it's like, you're not doing what we need you to do, and you're pretending we're still some great franchise because of what you did in 1995.
Yes. Yeah. And you get reminded pretty quickly. I think the Giants did have some of those moments. Right. I went to the playoff game. I believe it was was it 2015? It's when they lost. It's when the Cubs won the whole thing. 2016. So I went to that playoff game. The Giants were in position to win.
almost won that series.
Yeah, they should have. And they ended up blowing it, I think, towards the end of that game when they brought in the bullpen. And you're sitting there, and Whitey, we still have to do this. Oh, the even year magic. No, it's gone.
Even year dynasty, some people would say.
That's right.
Which, when you look at the meaning of dynasty, that doesn't make a lick of sense.
No, but that was the whole thing. Even year. Look, all these teams
now it's back.
do it.
2026, Harrison Bader, even year dynasty is back.
It's something. It's something. I mean, you got them, obviously the Dodgers, and your Padres that are still going to be around. So, no, the Giants have not done enough at all. But, hey, they did something today, so I'll give them that. But all these teams and the Kings part of it, I don't know. Whitey, would you say this? And I got to be careful here. It's a Monday. We're having a great time.
All right, careful.
No. I'm just saying, though. Would you say that if things don't work out, or whenever it ends for Doug Christie, could be in 10 years, could be whenever, do you think Doug Christie will be the last of that 2000s group to kind of get filtered in to the Kings process? Do you feel like, to your point, what Jay had been saying, do you feel like, hey, Doug's probably all the jokes that people are making, we got Bobby Jackson, and we're going to bring Mike Bibby when he's done at Sac State.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Now, he may very well be the last of those players to be the head coach. Maybe not. Maybe not. But, Mike's in town, coaching Sac State.
Yeah.
Brad Miller's at the games. Vlade is still around. So I'm not saying it's good or it's bad, but I wouldn't think this would be the end of that line.
Okay. I was just curious if maybe if
Bobby's still coaching.
Yeah, Bobby's right there. I mean, he's an assistant coach there.
He is.
So I just was
you
curious.
probably forget that you wouldn't know. Mike Woodson used to be a Sacramento King.
They're all
when
connected.
they first came here.
But is that different than just specifically that group?
Yes.
That group specifically.
Right. The fact that I had to tell you that, and that's nothing against you weren't here, but that underscores the fact that was a whole different era.
Yes.
Like Eddie Johnson. Eddie Johnson was an original King. People don't look at him anything like they looked at Scott Pollard.
No, because that was the crew. And we'll see how this goes. Obviously, Doug is just getting started in a way, but I don't think that the Kings, when you have a, limited amount of success, it's kind of hard to bag on, wringing out whatever you can from that moment. And I don't really blame anybody for that.
What do you think of this? Now, I know someone wrote about this, I think at SI.com, but I didn't lift it from them. I was thinking about this yesterday, watching the game. And, if you watch the last two Kings games, the Cleveland game and the Piston game, you know that the rotations were different. There was a lot going on, and I know that Zach LaVine didn't play yesterday. But I know we've had this conversation here. Sean Cunningham, who knows a heck of a lot about the Kings, he sat where you're sitting right now, Alan, weeks ago, and he said, I don't think it makes sense to showcase players because the scouts already know what guys can do. And I know Matt George has said that. Again, Matt George obviously knows what he's talking about. But I watch the Kings and the way they're doing things right now, and I just can't help but think some of what's going into some of these rotations has something to do with showing what somebody can do to a potential team that might want them. I think it's different. I get that a scout knows, like, that guy, I know exactly what he is, and that guy. But I think with some of the older players, a player like in Domas's case, coming off of a little bit of an injury, I still think there is a value in showing other teams, look, this guy can still do this. This guy, and I know that whoever wrote the piece today pointed out that it looks like they're really showcasing some of the things DeMar can do. So there's value in showing teams potentially, this guy's older, but look what he can do when you give him a chance. So to me, it's going on.
Yeah.
And it should be going on.
It should be. And you look at DeMar specifically and how he had 4 assists last night. It almost feels like we were talking about this in one of the games last week, kind of playing through DeMar at times. And, hey, he can also – because the whole thing is all he does is
Especially
shoot.
at the end of games.
Exactly.
Like, all right, DeMar time.
Yes.
You can see Russ give the ball to DeMar at the end of the game.
Right. Go ahead and not just score, but show how you can distribute the basketball, show how you can kind of do different things. And he had 4 assists last night. He had 16 points, or I should say yesterday. Domas, I think, Whitey, the second part of what you're saying is maybe the most important part because it is a bit pointed. And I get it. It was a blowout last night. But again, you're getting these guys in here to show what they can do, but it's not too much, right? It's not too much just showing, hey, yeah, we're going through it. It's almost as if Doug is crossing it off his checklist so then he can get his young guys in, to be completely honest with you. But he understands, hey, we got to get him in there, got to show everybody that they're playing each and every day. Domas back in the starting lineup. It reminds me back in the day when we would have the baseball showcases, right? And the whole thing is you would...
It always comes back down.
No, I'm just saying. The whole thing when you would go to a showcase...
Better than his football career.
No, I mean, don't start with me. I'll get somebody on the phone right now, all right? And they know. I mean, Whitey, I was probably a 4'5" guy.
You talk about how tall you were?
I'm like 4'5", 40.
Oh, okay.
4'6".
Yeah.
Maybe 4'7" if I had too much to eat the night before. But I was right there, Whitey. I was right there.
Yeah.
But it's not about me right now. Football-wise.
Are you sure?
But as we
it seems like it is.
As we get to the showcase part of it, okay?
Yeah.
You would catch fly balls, right? You would throw to bases. You would hit BP, and you would get 2 at-bats live pitching. And the whole thing was, all right, all I got to do is catch a fly ball, throw to home plate on a line, and get 1 hit, right? Maybe hit one out the park and BP, and that's it, Whitey. I didn't want to play anymore after that. And it feels like this is where it's getting to with the Kings, where it's, I don't need now, tomorrow night's going to be a little bit different because you know what's going on tomorrow night. Mm-hmm. And Domantas Sabonis didn't get to play against Mike Brown last game.
Yeah.
So that is going to be fun. But besides that, hey, let me get in. Let me get these 25 minutes, whatever it is, and then I'm going to sit on down, and we just waiting for a call. Mm-hmm. They're just waiting for a call. The Domantas Sabonis thing is interesting, though, because we know, at least we feel like we know they're trying to move on from Malik. They're trying to move on from DeMar, right? That's what we feel like we know. I know the Malik thing has been touch and go. The Domantas Sabonis thing, I don't really know where the Kings fall. I feel like they're trying to move on from Domantas Sabonis, but it's not as much of a dire situation. So the minutes that he's getting right now, it is pretty random. It's a bit hard to read, if you will.
Right. Which tells me, okay, there's something going on.
Yeah.
More than just, we're resting his knee, or I'll tell you one thing that stood out yesterday, too, despite the fact that the Kings got pummeled, some of the different lineups they've been using, where you have Maxime on with Dylan Cardwell. We saw some of that. And Maxime, of course, with Sabonis, and Sabonis with Cardwell. So they've been using some different lineups which accent some of the younger players, and it's nice to see that. And to me, I'm seeing Doug Christie now is starting to get a little more control of these things back, and he won't have full control. Well, coaches in the NBA and managers, they never have the autonomy we like to think they do, but I think as they get younger and get out from under some of these deals, potentially, then we're going to get to see him coaching the young players.
Yeah, and I think that's what everybody wants to see. We've gone back and forth about whether the wins and losses for Doug so far have quote-unquote mattered, and it would be hard to say that they do or don't. Look, they count for his record. We know that, but how he's being evaluated, it's weird because, Whitey, are we going to go through a whole season? I mean, hopefully the trade deadline brings some changes, but you could dang near go through a whole season and you really haven't got to see Doug coach in a way that would represent what you want the future to look like if you're Scott Perry.
Yeah. Don't you think, Alan, that people would be shocked, a lot of people would be shocked, if they knew the extent to which in baseball a lineup was dictated by the front office?
Yeah.
we all assume the manager's in there like the old days, and he's sitting at his desk in the clubhouse, and he's filling out his lineup. A lot of times now it's like, here's your lineup, Skip.
Right.
I go back to the World Series when Boston played the Dodgers, and the Dodgers were, I think they were starting a bunch of lefties, or they were sitting lefties, whatever it was, and they were getting out platooned, and Dodger fans were furious at Dave Roberts.
Yeah.
And I think I've told this story before. Greg Vaughn, who is in the area, used to play with Doc and knows him, and we were doing an interview with him, and off the air he said, look, I was talking to Doc about all that, and Dave Roberts said, those weren't my decisions.
Right.
Which is why the Dodgers kept hiring him. People go, how can you keep hiring him after what he did? It's like, he's not the one that did it.
No, he didn't do it.
Yeah.
And it's different, right? The starting and some of the...
It has to do with spin rate.
But I was going to say, it did end pretty quickly, or I guess every team is just different, because that was the whole thing with Bochy. He always knew what buttons to press. Some managers don't get to press those buttons. Every kind of setup is different.
Yeah.
And, we've said, and I always bring up the 520 podcast, because that is the most obvious case when Jeff Teague says, the coach told me I will not play more than 19 minutes a game. And when you bring that to the Doug Christie world, whoever that coach was at that time, he wasn't going to say, the GM said I can't play Jeff more than 19 minutes. You're not going to say that.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he doesn't have a certain level of control, but this is just the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
So we don't know.
But it's
how
not
much,
just because Doug is a younger coach.
No, this is just what it is right now. And it almost sounds like you're saying that things do seem to be changing a bit. Like maybe they had a conversation within the last couple weeks and they're changing the way they're doing things. Maybe it's, hey, Doug, we want you to be able to get your young guys to play.
Yeah.
So just kind of cross this off, get them to about 20-ish minutes, something like that. I mean, I know it was a blowout. DeMar played 19 minutes last night, right? So maybe it feels like they're on the same page. And that's not to say that Scott Perry needs these guys to be out here for 35 minutes either. The funny part is, Whitey, when we bring up the autonomy, we don't know if early on when these guys were getting 35-plus minutes, we don't know.
You're right in both cases.
Yeah, well, they were getting both. We don't know if that was Doug or the front office. It feels like they might have actually said, hey, Doug, we don't know. We don't know, but it is funny which direction it's going in.
Michael Crisp in the comments here says, I don't think the Kings are going to make any moves. Not any interest in any of the Kings players. It'll be another 2 years before they can start a rebuild. Then we have Banter the Young. No, it's actually my friend Inusan says, if the Kings make no moves at the deadline, it will mean someone's head.
Who?
Yeah, what? If Scott Perry can't trade him, is he going to fire himself?
Yeah, I was going to say, who's going to fire him? And at some point here, I do think that we will see, and it might be right after the trade deadline if nothing happens, I do think that we will see some type of crack in the armor, right? Scott Perry has bought himself a lot of time by saying a lot of the six pillars and all that. He won't be able the same way.
What's your favorite of the six pillars?
Defensive oriented.
Team
the first one.
Yeah. Defensive minded, I think. I don't think it's defensive oriented. Maybe
I like both.
Okay.
I
like team oriented. That's my favorite.
6 is a lot. Let's just shrink it down to 3. It's easy to remember them that way. But I do think that if we don't see a move, this will be an opportunity for us to see, I don't want to say a crack in the armor, but something to where very similar to with Doug when he kept saying, the offense is fine. The offense is fine. And at one point, Sacramento media as a whole just said, hey, but Doug, it's not. Right? Can you give us a little bit?
You know why he said that? He said that because it's like, we're not worried about the offense.
Well, yeah, I know
the
that.
offense isn't fine, but we're starting with at this end.
Yes, but at some point, hey, can we get a little bit more than that? It feels like if the Kings don't make a move, or even if it's just Keon for 2 seconds or something ridiculous like that, that would be a point where either after the trade deadline or heading into the offseason where Scott Perry, hey, man, we know the 6 pillars are great. We're just going to need a little bit more. We're going to need a little bit more because we've kind of just been hearing the same thing all season long.
By the way, speaking of the offense, and I know this year isn't about the wins, but the offense is coming around. They had 7 players in double figures yesterday.
They did.
That's pretty good.
They did. I mean, they still got smacked, though.
I know, because he can't guard anybody.
No.
Underscoring the importance of getting it started at the defensive end, as you said. Excuse me, defensive-oriented is your favorite of the pillars.
Exactly.
I know team-oriented is nowhere near your favorite. Your favorite
professional.
Uh-huh.
That's another one. Accountable.
Competitive, tough, team-oriented, and disciplined.
Competitive is one, and then tough is one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tough. I don't even know if defensive-oriented is on there.
No, it definitely is.
Disciplined,
something oriented.
Team-oriented and disciplined. Professional, accountable, competitive, tough, team-oriented, and disciplined.
And defensive mindset.
That's 7.
Well, why don't we have Scott back on and he can remind us? He can remind us.
We would love to.
He can remind us because we know we're going to hear about it.
Maybe it's just me, but I saw glimmers of some good things through the the haze of the loss yesterday. So, yeah.
Yeah. Is it one of the names that we've brought up before? Obviously, it's funny because we're bringing up the guys that the Kings might or might not be showcasing.
What about Dennis Schroeder as a showcase?
I was going to say, what about the guys that they're not really showcasing? Dennis Schroeder wouldn't be one of those. But I'm looking at Russell Westbrook is the number one guy that I'm looking at. Is he a guy where you see this as we get closer to the trade deadline, this might get a little bit squirrely? Like Precious Achiuwa, not really showcasing him either. He gets 17 minutes. Russell gets 22. Are we headed towards I don't want to say the end, but are we headed towards a change in the Russell Westbrook story usage? They already gave out the poster and the card. Is this thing about to change a little bit?
I don't know. I think that's a great question. I know we talked about this last week. It wasn't Friday because you weren't here Friday. If it was Friday, I was talking to somebody else.
It was an hour. Give me a break.
No, it's fine. I'm glad you were able to go out and have fun on Friday. Start your weekend early. Somebody at NBA.com or their NBA.com media services wrote something about how with Westbrook playing so well, there's going to be questions about his status before the deadline, with the deadline approaching. And I'm like, no. Yeah, in fact, it was Friday, honestly, that we talked about that. I don't think that's the case. Maybe it should be, but I still don't see how any team, remember, nobody wanted him. We can argue about, well, they should, but they didn't. Why would any of the teams that didn't want him view the way he's played so far this year? When he's had the ball, he's been very, I don't want to say ball dominant because that's a bad thing. He's had the ball a lot. You think there's any team that would look at that and go, yes, we want Russ to do that for us? I just don't see it.
No, and that was a big thing that I kind of disagreed with when it comes to the rest of the basketball world, right? And maybe you were on this same page with me as well, Whitey. When Russ was doing his thing and he had that triple-double and they beat nobody was playing. It was no Steph in that Warrior game. Kind of felt like Russ's coming out party, and he did it once or twice more. He's broken a couple records. When everybody was saying, wow, nobody thought that Russ could still do this, to this day, I still disagree with that. I don't think it's that teams didn't think he couldn't do this. I think they believed he could do this. I think they just didn't want him to do it on that team because it turns into the Russell Westbrook show, and I just don't think a lot of teams wanted to sign up for that.
Yeah.
They're looking for guys that can maybe be a spark plug off the bench a little bit, or I guess more specifically roles, right? Nowadays, this is what everybody's talking about. You got your dude, and then you got a bunch of role players. Russ doesn't really fit in. Neither of these guys do, right? I guess DeMar more so does, but Russ doesn't really represent what the league is like anymore. This is what happens when you play for 20 years. And he's a guy where it's pedal to the metal when he's got the rock. When he doesn't have the rock, how is he kind of helping the situation of winning? You look at how the teams are all set up now. You have your dude, you have a bunch of 3-and-D, 6'9" guys, and a big man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Russ needs the ball,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And I just don't know that teams didn't want Russ because they didn't think he could put up random triple doubles and losses. I think they thought he could do that. I just think they believe that's not going to help my team.
The one thing that I think teams might look at is that he shot the 3-ball better this year. But that's kind of coming back down to earth. And for him, it's very healthy, 35.4%. League-wide, that's okay.
But can I say something, though?
Yeah. It's better than
I'm just saying.
Career, he's 31%.
But I'm just saying, when you would hoop, right? When I would hoop at YMCA, I'm going to be honest with you. If there was no line, Whitey, I had the best shot in the whole court, right? There's no line, nobody waiting next game, no pressure. I'm good to go, right? It's a Monday night, 5 p.m.
So you dominated Turkey Bowl and pickup basketball?
Both.
Yeah.
I'm like the Bo Jackson of, being washed up, okay? But when it's a Monday right after work, there's 15 guys waiting. Whitey, my hands got a little bit sweaty.
Okay, how does that apply to Russ?
Russ out here in Sacramento on a losing team, shooting the 3-ball well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anybody is watching that thinking, okay, now come do that for the Rockets. Now come do that for a high-stakes game. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying it's a lot easier to shoot in Sacramento. Shooters Arena, by the way. It's a lot easier to shoot in Sacramento when nobody's paying attention, like Kirk Cousins in 10 a.m. games. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. I just think he's there's certain things you have to do to him, for him, with him to get the best out of him, and there's a cost for those, and some good teams look at it and go, for what we would have to stop doing that we're doing now to get the best out of him, it's a wash at best. We're not really gaining anything.
No.
That's the nicest way to say it, I think.
Exactly. And at this point in time, again, either these teams it's not about the developing teams. Obviously, they wouldn't be interested in Russ. But the teams that feel like they are a piece away, we could go through the Western Conference and Eastern Conference. Mm-hmm. Who out of those teams are saying we need Russ?
Yeah.
Because that was a whole conversation when they first brought in Russ and Schroeder, and I was fighting with the Russell Westbrook fans, and they were calling me Tubsters. How can you get Russ 15 minutes, right? It just didn't seem realistic. Luckily for Russ, the team stunk, and Doug played him more than that.
Quiz time for you, Alan. Quiz time. Russ played 22 minutes yesterday. He's a Hall of Famer. We're not, slagging on him. And yesterday, Schroeder played 25 minutes. How many turnovers did they have combined? Russ and Schroeder yesterday.
9.
11.
That's crazy.
7 for Schroeder and 4 for Russ.
That's terrible.
That's not great.
That's what you're showcasing, huh? Actually, sit down. Just sit down. Matter of fact,
Detroit's a good defensive team.
Yeah, just sit down. Just sit down.
Yeah, Schroeder, by the way, did have overall, he had 15 points yesterday, and he had 7 assists. He just turned it over 7 times. See, to me, I was watching him, and to me, you can tell sometimes, and I thought maybe I saw a little bit of him trying to show the team that he played for last year. Mm-hmm. I can still play a little bit, guys. I know we had some talks in the offseason.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
Don't forget about Herr Schroeder.
Yeah, don't. There's nothing wrong with that. But then when you turn the ball over 7 times, that's a problem. No, we're good with Duncan. We're just going to stick with Duncan Robinson.
When we come back, this year's NBA draft just keeps looking better and better and better and better. And that's next. Don't go away.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit visit us at powercopiers.com. Join Sactown Sports downtown before every Kings game and pick up an In-Shape Fitness Kings Rally towel while supplies last. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
You remember me from a show called And Joe? I'm back on the radio, Sacramento. It's Joe Mommy, and when you need your new country fix, join me weekdays from 6A to 10 for the Pat and Cody with Joe show on New Country 105.1 KNCI or on the free KNCI app.
The other guys must think you failed math. Get this huge discount. Then the fine print hits you with $5,200 in mandatory ads. It's adorable in a scammy kind of way. At Hoblet, we skip the tricks. The price you see is the price you actually pay. What a wild concept, huh? Hoblet, family owned 77 years. Experience the difference online at hobletdodge.com.
Sports 1140.
We had a very unusual bird show up in our backyard yesterday. It's a bird that's maybe found in rocky areas. It was in our backyard. We don't know why, but speaking of birds, who has Peacock? Who are you? Who has Peacock? On Peacock now, maybe you're watching right now as they are announcing the players will be selected to compete in the 2026 Castrol Rising Stars. They're announcing it now, Alan. This could be our guy.
It better
Max.
be.
Could be Dylan Cardwell. Could be Devin Carter on the sophomore team.
It would not be.
Probably not, but it could be.
But
I'm
the
saying
other
it could
guys,
be.
yeah, the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking, even some, I know you mentioned the sophomore team. Even some of the names that we had talked about before, when you go back to that draft, Khalil Ware, his minutes he's always in some type of doghouse with Eric Spoelstra.
Why does everyone want him? The Heat say he's got some motor issues, right? When he
that
came
was coming out of Indiana, yeah.
Yeah. And so it looks like maybe that's right. And we want that here?
I mean, I want a 7-foot dude that can shoot like that. We could figure out motor.
Check your pillars, baby.
Okay.
Low motor is not a pillar.
He's defensive oriented. That's number one.
That's not a pillar. Alan is making up pillars. I don't think that's allowed. Anyway, the pool will feature a total of 21 NBA rookies and sophomores, plus 7 players who have played in NBA G League games this season. So Max almost certainly has to be one of them.
Okay.
Dylan Cardwell is probably, he should be, we know, we've seen him play. I don't know big picture if they're going to have room for 2 Kings on this. I hope so.
Yeah, well, it's always confusing because there's that, and then there's the G League All-Star.
The G League Showcase?
Yeah, because that's what Isaac
over.
Jones.
They already had that.
No. It was at All-Star Game.
Oh, okay.
It's
all
like
right.
an All-Star Game because Isaac
not the
Jones
G League
was in it.
Showcase,
Isaac
yeah.
Jones and Scal.
Okay.
Scal was in it too.
Mhm.
But that's something that if you're Dylan, you probably somehow miss out on that because you've been with the big league club too much, but you probably haven't been with the big team enough to get the call for this one.
Annual showcase of premier young talent featuring a mini tournament with 4 teams and 3 games spotlighting the league's top rookies and second-year standouts. All right. I don't exactly have NBA All-Star fever, I'll admit.
I think this is the same one that Isaac was in. Now I'm getting confused with these teams.
The Castle Rising Stars?
I think.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Because I remember
the G League
there being,
Showcase is a separate G League thing that they've already had.
Right,
Yeah.
but I remember there were 4 teams. I do remember that.
Mm-hmm.
There's always something.
Hall of Famers Carmelo Anthony, Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady will serve as honorary coaches for the Kestrel Rising Stars mini tourney. Austin Rivers will coach the G League Rising Stars team. So we'll get to that information as soon as it's available. And I bet some of you will have it before we do if you're watching the old Peacock right now.
Yeah. Well, it's an opportunity for somebody, a couple of the young guys to get showcased. And again, going back to how this season was supposed to go and what we thought was going to happen, does it feel like as much of a missed opportunity as maybe it initially did when you're talking about all the young guys and, are they going to get to play enough? It hasn't really been a huge issue, right? I mean,
As long as they
Devin,
get a chance. To me, as long as at some point they get room for at least the second half of the season.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eliminate Devin Carter, who they've just told us, no thank you. But if you eliminate Devin Carter, I mean, they're all getting a decent amount of playing time, it feels like.
Yeah. The reason I'd be saying yes and nodding with you is because it seems like Neek now is getting more regular minutes.
Yeah. And they kind of wanted him to get it early on, and then it cooled off a bit for a second. I think when Doug was kind of really in the depths of the veteran stuff, and then we had another wave where they just lost so many games. I think they decided we got to get Neek in here more often.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing?
Yeah, we're getting ready for the draft. That's what we're doing. This is Nathan Grubel on X from @DraftDeeper. He said, I think I saw this yesterday, or it might have been Friday or Saturday. I've been scouting and evaluating basketball prospects for the NBA draft over the last 15 years. Forget the top 3. This entire 2026 NBA draft class just feels like something we've never seen, something we may never see again. Nathan Grubel, here we go.
I don't like that.
You don't like it? You're not buying it? Too much draft hype?
It's getting to a point now. All these guys can't be good, right? They can't be that good.
Well, I know you know this, but your guy, Domantas is your guy, right?
Yeah, he's my guy.
AJ Domantas. According to Tankathon, they have him right now going 3rd. AJ Domantas had 43 points on Saturday. Cam Boozer scored 32 Saturday. Kingston Flemings, I know I sent you a video of him, 42 Saturday. Nate Ament, 29 on Saturday. A lot of these guys are going off. They went off this past weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't even bring up.
Peterson did not play.
Right. There's still you just named off 5 guys without naming Darren Peterson, Caleb Wilson. So, look, I'm not saying that
Caleb Wilson, I think, had 22 or something.
Yeah.
I saw him play a little bit.
I'm not saying that they all aren't supposed to be good. I'm just saying that the reality is I don't know that they all will actually be good.
Yeah, you just hope that if you're the Kings, obviously you're picking like 1 through 5 and not ending up like something picks, 13, 20, somewhere in there.
But isn't that what's going to well, maybe not 13, 20, but isn't that what's going to happen? Like the 8th overall pick is going to be the best in the draft. Isn't that what's going to happen?
Not in this draft. I mean, this is one where I think experts would tell you, no, the cream is at the crop. we'll find out.
Okay.
But sometimes in drafts that are like, this draft isn't that great, you get somebody like, Kawhi or somebody. Well, look at that.
Yeah.
The experts are saying this is it. You can't really go wrong. If the Kings get any of these top 5 guys right now, top 6, I would say, based on what we think we know. If you get Peterson, Boozer, Domantas, Caleb Wilson, Kingston Flemings, who's now one of my guys, or Nate Ament, if you get any one of those guys, I think if you're the Kings, you can feel like that's a win.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'll see how they develop. But now I think the point is it's not just the top 3. Top 3 could be phenomenal. They could change the course of your franchise into the future. But there's some really good players available.
Yeah.
Other than the Wemby year, this might be the year when if you're going to tank, this is the year when you tank.
Right. Well,
but you're not buying it.
No. It's not that I'm not buying it. It's that one of these guys is not going to be very good. And I just hope that the Kings do not take that guy.
Oh, they always do.
Just don't take the whammy. That's what we've been saying. Don't take the whammy. Is there any world where, when the Mavs traded Luka and then they ended up with the number 1 overall pick and you thought, hey, maybe Nico did figure something out. He still ends up getting canned because, AD can't stay healthy, no Kyrie, things like that. Is there any world where Scott Perry, it comes off, because I know Scott Perry didn't make these moves, so it's a little bit different, where people end up saying, wow, the Kings actually knew what they were doing, right? At the end of this,
sure,
they get a top 3 pick.
Sure.
Let's say they decide to keep Domas, right? Or regardless, or they get 3 first rounders for him, something like that. Zach is on an expiring contract. Maybe somebody is willing to take a chance on him next season. And in 2 years here, you could be looking at the Kings and somebody is saying, man, we were all roasting the Kings about 2 years ago, but maybe a little bit of luck. But they also did make some prudent moves and prudent decisions and figured it out.
Sure, but it's probably not going to happen, not because the Kings are the Kings, but just, you look at the odds. Like, I know we've talked about this. If you end up with the worst record in the NBA, the worst record, there's an 86% chance that you do not get the first pick.
Yeah.
So that's the way it's set up. So sure, there's a chance that it happens. The danger to me is, and you have to assume this risk if you're the organization, you go through this and you may end up with the 7th pick, and maybe you end up with a guy that doesn't get off to a good start. And then a lot of fans locally and certainly nationally, they're going to be saying, same old Kings, and people around here will be furious. But that's just the way you have to play it. Mm-hmm. You have to assume those risks right now. That's your truest path forward, although it's not a sure path forward.
Well, and, we were getting on, or I was getting on kind of Niner fans about an hour ago, and there does come to a point.
You love that, too, as a Raider fan.
Oh, I love it. But everyone can say, well, your team stinks, and they're not wrong, so, hey, I gotta get my get back somehow, but you look at the Kings fans right now, Whitey, and I do think we have some of our P1s and some of our listeners, whether it's on the AM and the text line and the YouTube as well. And I do think there are a lot of people that are just saying no to everything, right? And there does come to a point where if you don't want Trae Young when he was available, you don't want Trae, you say no to Trae. You don't want Ja, you say no to Ja. You say no to everybody, but then you also are a bit weary of what could happen in the draft. Well, there's only a couple ways to do this, right? And if the second draft thing isn't going to be the case, then you have to just get into the lottery and pray.
To what extent, if any, can the Kings, assuming they get an attractive pick, to what extent can they afford to draft for need? We'll look at that. Also, we'll take a look at basically the un-American football fans who want to get rid of weather games. I don't know what that's about, but we'll break that down next on Sactown Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When value matters, Elk Grove Chevrolet delivers. Right now, purchase a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado for $4,500 off. The Silverado 1500 stands out with legendary towing power, a bold new design, and the dependability you expect from Chevy. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com for full details. Don't miss your chance to drive the new Chevrolet Silverado. Stop by Elk Grove Chevrolet today and experience quality that goes the distance.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope. It's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Guerrero Groves says only 8 times since 1985 has a worse team got the number 1 draft pick. Yeah, and 2019 is when they flattened all of those odds. But let's say the Kings do get very fortunate, end up with a top 3 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Can they afford to draft for a need? Or do they just have to take, we got to get the best player? Tony Ray Harvey says, whatever you want to call this draft, the Kings need a solid 3 or 4, 6'8" or taller. Do they have to do that? Is it a matter of, well, we need a wing, we need a big, or do they have to just take, if they think Darren Peterson, for example, they look at it and say, he's the best player, do you just have to take him?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I know we've seen this movie before with the Luka thing, and you had De'Aaron, and then you also ended up drafting Halliburton, and then you made a decision there. It's really tough specifically because you have drafted Devin, and I know these aren't number 1 picks, but you drafted Devin, and then right after that you drafted Neek, who essentially do the same. They're very similar. Devin and Neek Clifford are. I don't know. I know what I'm supposed to say. I know you're not supposed to draft based on position, but I don't know, Whitey. That's why I've been struggling with the Darren Peterson thing. I really just feel like you need to just go get a Domantas or a Cam Boozer. It's hard for me to see where we're at in the NBA right now, and I probably haven't watched Darren Peterson enough. It's just really hard for me to see what we're seeing and draft somebody who is claiming 6'6", so is probably really 6'5", And I get it. I would just look at the rest of the NBA right now, and when you do your list of top 10 players, right, how many of those guys are under 6'6"? There's not a lot, so it's tough.
No, but there's some that are pretty good. The
You
best.
got Brunson.
Yeah. Shea,
yeah, but
yeah,
Shea.
I know.
There's one Shea.
I know. There's one Darren Peterson. I'll tell you this. I don't think the Kings will get him. I think if they have the first pick, I don't think they'll pick him. And if they don't have the first pick, there's a good chance that he'll be gone. But it sounds like, and Matt has talked about this, sounds like they, along with most fans, are in on A.J. Domantas.
Yeah.
So I think that would in their view, he is the best player, it appears, and he also does fit a need. So,
yeah.
But, there are a number of players. It's like, okay, if he's not there, how far down that list would you want to go? I mean, there's some really good guards. Kingston Flemings, I sent you the video of him, and I know that's just one game. I was aware of him, Houston, and I know his point guard, top prospect, but I saw some of what he did this week, and it's like, oh my goodness, I didn't know he was that good. Yeah. And that's a guard. That's another guard.
Right. And they're saying, 6'4".
Yeah.
Whitey.
Right, I know. And he probably isn't.
Can't do it. Cannot.
Well, that's where it could get interesting. If you're picking a little further down and you've got your choice of like a guard like him and then guys like, Ament.
Yeah.
And
I'm not
somebody like that. Most fans want to go with the big.
Yeah, I'm saying yes, me personally. If the Kings think that Darren Peterson is the best player, then go get him. But it's just hard
Roger
for
Massey
me.
says you got to choose the best player.
Yeah. He's they got him right. Number 1 right here. Number 2.
Who's that?
Number 1 obviously is Darren Peterson. This is from Jeremy Woo on ESPN.com.
See, Darren Peterson, number 1.
Darren Peterson, number 1.
But you don't want to take him.
Then it brings up his ongoing battle with the hamstring injury. So, it's a battle.
Yeah, you just got to find out. I'm sure teams have some idea already. What's going on there? Are you just being overly cautious? Has he had problems?
Right.
Well, he ain't going to say he didn't play this weekend.
He's not going to say that.
Right, but you can find out and ask your medical people. Look, this is what they say. This is what he had. What do you think? Oh, red flag.
I think you can. What is it? Chris Paul had those hammy injuries for a lot of his career.
You had some hamstring injuries, didn't you? In
Who,
your
me?
day? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, I just guessed, but I had a feeling.
Why?
Well, we needed 10 minutes to fill, and I knew if I asked you about your hamstrings, we're set for a while.
Well, the problem is it's just too much power.
Right.
It's too much power.
I had a feeling we would go there.
From the thighs.
Right.
And then the hamstring wasn't prepared.
Yeah.
You get that.
Yeah.
You get
Fast, not a burner, said the scouting report on Alan
Ball
Stiles.
hawk.
Did it say that?
Oh, yeah. We can pull it up.
Okay.
Now you're stuck with me. So I can pull it up whenever I want. Domantas at 6'9", Boozer at 6'9". Boozer is the guy that I think the Kings can't be too safe with, right? If the Kings...
What does that mean?
I don't think he has the highest ceiling out there, right? And I think if you're the Kings,
he's a good player.
I think you got to swing for the fences a little bit. Here's the thing with Cam Boozer.
So if you had the third pick and he's there, you pass on him?
Well,
that depends who else is there.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm saying if you had the ability to get the other two guys, but Darren Peterson, who is 6'6", versus Cam Boozer, to me, I think right now your goal, as they went pretty darn safe picking the oldest first rounder in Nick Clifford, I think you got to swing for the fences a little bit. And I don't necessarily know that Cam Boozer is swinging for the fences. You could draft him and still end up looking for the quote unquote guy on your team. Your number one goal, if you have a top 3 pick in this draft, is to leave with your guy. Maybe you swing and miss, but you can't play it too safe. And maybe this is just Cam Boozer with a little bit of bad PR these days, but I do feel like he has been the guy that people say, not sure about his ceiling.
But even given that, and if that's true, and most basketball people that follow it really closely say that, I still think if he's there, if you're picking third and he's there, you can't really go wrong.
No.
I would go there rather than go after a guy who's less developed who may have a higher ceiling because he's really good.
I think I disagree, though, because you still could be looking for a guy.
Yeah.
Or the guy.
Just depends who it is, obviously.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. Tanking has been, so far, a little more fun than I thought it might be. You know, nothing compares to the last couple of years when the Kings are playing for a playoff spot. They end up in the play-in, but nothing matches that. But this year, I know the games have been kind of dreary, but especially as we approach the deadline and there's a thought of maybe bringing in some new players. All right, that's intriguing. But looking at all these college guys in this draft in particular, it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I'm jumping on, evaluating some of these younger players a lot earlier than I have in many years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously it kind of matches up because that this is where the Kings are headed. And it was pretty much a foregone conclusion early on. We thought, the Kings, they bring in Schroeder, they draft Nee Clifford. They're thinking, hey, maybe we could surprise some people. At least they didn't tease us, right? At least they didn't tease us with a good October or a good November. They just came out trash.
Just so y'all know, this is what it is this year.
Yeah, no, we are not good at all. So we're not going to have anybody, faking it till you make it. Start looking at the draft now.
Yeah.
Because that's where we're at. And I appreciate the Kings for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
No fake hustle there.
Yeah.
Where's my guy Neo? I'm looking for my guy Neo. I don't know if he dropped off. My guy Neoclitus. That's who I need from Virginia Tech. That's who I need, Whitey.
Here's my guy, by the way. If you end up, let's say you make a trade and you get Toronto's first pick with Domas. I don't know if you will, but if you did, Kareem Lopez from New Zealand. I like him a lot. He's projected to go here 20th. Ooh, if I got a higher pick, a top 3 pick, and I added Kareem Lopez, 6'8", international player, I like that, Alan. I like that.
No, I got Neoclitus.
I'm not familiar with him.
No, from Virginia Tech.
Uh-huh.
Trust me on this one.
Yeah.
Go grind some film.
Mm-hmm.
You got the time. They got him at 23. Abdallas, freshman.
Who has him at 23?
This guy Jeremy Woo.
Oh, okay. Because Tankathon doesn't view him as
good, under the radar. You trade Keon for that pick in the 20s, and you go get him, 6'8", shooting guard, small forward. You get him, you get Domantas. It's a parade next week.
I'm not even seeing him at all in the top 2 rounds.
Well, then keep it down, Whitey. We keep him under
I must
wraps.
be missing him.
Here's another one for you, Michael Brown.
Right.
So, there's some big games tonight. Louisville taking on Duke. We'll still be here. That's in 5 minutes.
Michael Brown and Tankathon is 7th.
Yeah.
So, again, it's not just a top 3. Top 3 could be, woo! And I know Ryan Smith said, that's hyperbole, Whitey. But there's a lot of people who do this for a living who are saying that.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Going back to that LeBron James draft and how ridiculous that one was. Now, I don't know if anybody is supposed to be as good as LeBron, but if all the other guys are at the same level as the Carmelos and things like that, which would still be insane, it could be a crazy draft. Or it could be one of the drafts that goes down. This also could be something that goes down as one of the biggest bust drafts in history.
We'll take a look at whether Maxime Reynaud is in line to play in the Rising Stars Challenge when we come back. Also, Coach Christie with some high praise for Malik next on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Business moves fast, and so do we.
At Bank of Marin, we team up with businesses in the greater Sacramento area to help you drive the lane and score big. With dedicated relationship bankers and local decision making, we help you move quickly, whether you're upgrading equipment, buying your next building, streamlining cash flow, or fueling growth. From expansion to investment, we're ready to help you win. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at the Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Okay, that can't be right. Sorry, I think I just saw a fake trade report. We'll keep an eye on that as well. We're still awaiting word here on what's going on with Maxime Renaud potentially.
I got it.
All right, here's Alan Stiles. Do you want breaking news? Can we do breaking news, please? Yeah, we got to do breaking news.
I don't know if he's...
You have that ready? Yeah. All right, here we go.
So
when it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sactown Sports breaking news.
So you have the rookies here, and oh my goodness. Well, we're about to have a conversation about a snub. Cedric Coward, Igor Demin, VJ Edgecombe, Jeremiah Fears, Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, Trey Johnson, Con Kneppel, Colin Murray-Boyles, and Derek Queen. When it comes to the NBA G League squad, Sean East II, Ron Harper Jr., David Jones-Garcia, Yannick Niederhauser, Elijah Martin, Tristan Newton, and Yang Hansen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yang Hansen is going to Rising Stars?
Yeah, but they have him. That's what I was saying. They have him with the G League squad. Yeah, that is crazy. I don't know if he's been balling with the G League team, but I don't know. This is where it gets weird, right? Should Dylan have just been put on the G League team or Maxime? How does that work?
Well, that's unfortunate. Cedric Coward, Igor Demin, VJ Edgecombe, Jeremiah Fears, Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, Trey Johnson, Con Knuppel, Colin Murray, Boyles, Derek Queen, and then the sophomores, Buzelis, Stephon Castle, Klingon, and I apologize if you just said this. I know you just said this.
I didn't say the sophomores.
Keyshawn George, A.J. Mitchell, Alex Sarr, Reed Shepard, Cam Spencer, Jalen Tyson, Kella Ware, and also Jalen Wells. Oh, well. Fine. That's fine. They don't want Maxime Reynaud, the Rising Stars game. It's unfortunate for him, and it's unfortunate for the organization and for fans.
You're shook up about this, Whitey.
Maybe I didn't do the math. I thought there was a good chance he was going to be in there. Were there not enough spots?
Well, okay, so here's what's weird, right? When it comes to positions, we just saw the rookie ladder.
Yeah,
last week.
That's what I was basing this on.
And Dylan Harper was 10th. Maxime was what, 6th?
He was 6th. Yeah, he had been moving up.
So I don't know if it's because Dylan Harper's a guard. I don't know. They don't really have the positions. VJ, obviously. Cedric Coward, obviously. Cooper, obviously.
Well, and in all honesty, when it comes to an all-star game or Rising Stars game, there's more that goes into being an all-star or a Rising Star than just how well he has played so far this year.
Isn't it weird? Yeah, well, to that point, Jeremiah Fears, explain to me how the Pelicans get 2 with Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen, and to that point, everybody likes that stupid Zero Fears jersey, and I'm not saying that's why he got in, but I mean they get two in. Come on, man, they get 2. Yang Hansen,
Derek
that's just
Queen
annoying
certainly
me.
belongs to be in there.
Yeah, Derek
the
Queen.
Yang Hansen thing is a little.
Yeah, Yang Hansen is that's just annoying me now.
Mm-hmm. But you said that's via the G League.
Yeah, he's on the G League squad.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the G League squad.
See, that's another thing. He's kind of he's known, and not just for he hasn't
it's
played
a popularity
that well. But
well, it is. It's marketing.
It is. It is.
You know, people are gonna show up for him because they like him.
And you've also got a very large audience.
Yeah.
In China.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. That's why this whole thing is garbage. Absolute garbage.
You just start out, Whitey, you're taking this kind of hard. This whole thing is garbage, Whitey.
Because now I'm getting upset now. Because what is the point of the rookie ladder? What is the point? They did the same thing with Domas on this.
The rookie ladder is probably based almost 100% or primarily on stats, and this is based on other things. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying, all right, I get it.
Who voted on this?
I don't have that information. I should know that.
Yeah,
check that.
Somebody else. Who else was it? Yeah, you get 2 in from the Pelicans. And looking here, just for who else got in. I mean, all these teams are bad. Right? Besides, the Spurs. Dylan Harper is coming off the bench. Reed gets in. I know Alex Sarr had been playing well. Don't get me wrong.
It's going to be okay. I mean, we got through, instances where Domantas Sabonis wasn't picked. So Maxime not picked for the Rising Stars. We're going to be all right. We're going to be okay. We know what's up. We know what's going on. But we're going to be okay, Alan. We're going to make it through.
All these teams.
And I wonder if there's going to be any replacements to you. That's always a possibility.
Besides the Spurs, all these teams, and I know the Sixers are doing all right, but all these teams are pretty bad.
Yeah.
They're the Kings are the only bad team because normally if you're bad, you're playing some young guys.
Speaking of replacements, did you see who was selected to the Pro Bowl?
Perfect timing, baby. Shador.
Yeah.
Yeah. Terrible. Terrible. That's why people
it's actually for a flag game, right? They actually play a Pro Bowl flag game now?
Yeah, exactly. It's not even about there is no game. They play dodgeball and they throw a ball into a circle or whatever.
Yeah. Freeze tag.
Yeah. So It just,
Checkers is always a
They
popular.
play Twister as well. They wouldn't let Maxime. But here's the thing about it, though. Maxime, his parents, good story.
I know.
It's very marketable.
There it is.
He looks like Clark Kent. I mean, get him in there.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we got to have all these other randos.
I think this is going to be a story. The Kings fans and the organization, I think, will probably end up speaking out on this. What's
you think
Igor?
So?
I know these are all good players. What has Igor Demon done?
I just have seen the name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen the name, but again, these guys are on bad. I think he just started really popping. He's at 10.2 points per game.
All right.
Three rebounds per game, 39% from three.
All right.
Okay, maybe he kind of nice. But somebody on here is not nice. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, he's at Whitey, he's at 39.6% from three. He's taking 6.2 a game.
Okay. Well, it looks like maybe Max
but it's
just
not
isn't
him.
quite. He's just not quite.
Yeah, well, that's because he's battling his own teammates trying to get on the court. That's why. All these other guys are just got running. Okay, let's look at. All right, well, Jeremiah Fears, 13.7 points per game.
So that's pretty good for a rookie.
Yeah, you can't compete with this.
I don't think it's snubbage. I think it's an unfortunate. How about the guy on the Raptors? He'd be the last hope to find somebody that Max.
No, he has. And no, you're
boys.
right on this one. I can already tell. Let's look up.
Colin Murray Boyles.
7.8 points per game, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 53% from the field, 34 from three, 64 from free throw. Come on, we found our guy. Get him out of here. Get him out. He's playing 21 and a half minutes per game.
Okay.
He's a lefty, though.
Yeah. Because Max has been starting, too. Oh, well, we'll see. Maybe, like I said.
Hold on. Now
there's always a chance that he could slide in as an injury replacement or something.
Max, 9.5 points per game, 6.4 rebounds, 1.1 assists, 53% from the field, 27% from three, 71 from the free throw. I mean, we had action there, man.
That was probably a close race.
Between those two?
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, you want everybody to kind of be – if there's always one team that they're going to say we don't have to include them, it's always going to be the Kings. That's what it seems like.
Let's be honest, Alan. Can we do that? Max has hit a little bit of the rookie wall. I don't know if that impacted whether or not he was selected for the Rising Stars, but he's 1 for 6 yesterday.
But this is what annoys me. Then stop tweeting about Maxime. No, because they talk about Maxime – NBA, right? The official account. When Maxime is going off, or it's the NBA, G League, whoever it is, and they post all this stuff when Maxime is balling out, but then when it's time to actually put somebody on a team, now it's crickets. Now it's crickets. They were talking about him every week. Every week they were talking about him. But now that it's time to actually put your money where your mouth is and get Sacramento in this game, now all of a sudden – there's no need to do it.
Well, that's unfortunate. On to something brighter from the Kings' standpoint. You know who's played well lately since he started playing again is Malik Monk. The pizza guy's playing well, Alan. There's no way around it. I don't know if that means he's going to get traded. As you pointed out, maybe now he gets traded. When they were trying to trade him, they didn't play him. Then they decided, well, we're not going to trade him, so we'll play him. Is he playing well enough now where someone's going to want to trade for him? I don't know. My head is spinning. But Malik Monk yesterday, 19 points, 7 of 11 from the floor, 3 of 5 from the three-point line. And after the game, Doug Christie was asked about Malik, and he just heaped praise on the pizza guy.
But to watch Malik, and I've said this before, but to reiterate it, to watch him grow as a young man on the court and off the court has been a great gift because you pour into him, you watch them go through ups and downs, and then you watch them respond in moments like I think that he's responded. Like he is high-level professional. He's taking his craft serious. He's going out there and delivering on a night-to-night basis, and I have absolutely zero problem with Malik. Just coaching is coaching. But as a human being, I love him. I'm here for him always. But he has done one hell of a job this year, just, going through all the things that have transpired, and proud of him.
I know a lot of Kings fans would be fine if he stayed here. I look at what we think we know about teams and what they're looking for, and there's a team, as you may have mentioned, Alan, not today, but I think you may have mentioned this. There's one team in particular that if they truly are looking for bench scoring, truly are looking for point guard help, the Minnesota Timberwolves are idiots if they don't try to get Malik Monk.
Yeah.
But that's really what they need.
That's what...
And they've lost 5 in a row now.
Right. That's what I would think. It is funny, though, because when Doug talks about the players and he's getting he's improving each and every day, because there's just a lot that he's trying to balance right now with the young guys. He's got young guys, he's got older guys, and he's got guys that are right in their prime. So Doug has all 3 phases. And I do wonder now, I get it, these guys are making millions and millions of dollars. Nobody's saying to feel bad for anyone. But are we done yanking Malik's chain? Right? Because now he's playing well, and it's, Malik means so much. And I know it's not Doug. He's not the one that's trading or not trading somebody. But do you think if you're Malik, obviously he's shown that he can perform no matter what, whether he's on the trade block, off the trade block, starter, coming off the bench, whatever it is. But I do just hope that, obviously the trade deadline is right around the corner here, but whatever it's going to be, can we just leave it, right? Malik even said last season he had 4 different roles. He was the starting point guard, he was the starting 2 guard,
he was
the 6th man, and then at the end he just wasn't starting. We just didn't really know why. And I just hope that they're almost done with whatever it is, because it's not it could be exhausting for me. That's one thing, but Malik has really shown I can perform in any type of situation, but every week it's something new, man.
Looking back on everything that he's been through for a moment here, Doug Christie said he's been through a lot. You talked to him on Media Day. Didn't he say something about how Scott Perry's been really upfront with me? He had told me during the offseason there was a chance that something would happen, but that I would know in 24 hours, and then it didn't? Something like that?
Yeah, he said, or via his agent, if you make it through today, right, you're not going anywhere.
Okay, so you go back to the summer when free agency opened. Remember, there was a lot, just a flurry of suggestions, reporting that the Kings are going to get you-know-who from the Warriors. And then we just found out last week that Sam Amick said, well, the Kings had something out there. They had an offer for Kaminga, and he didn't want it. So I'm wondering if that was it. If that's when everything was on the table and that was like, wow, we're making an offer. If, the Warriors match, maybe we'll make a deal. I wonder if that was all in play at that point, that something was close to happening. I know there was some people here at the station that said this is close. Other people here at the station said there's nothing to it.
Right.
But adding all that up, it would make sense that maybe, hey, Malik, something could happen here. We'll let you know. It could have been something going on potentially with a Warrior deal and a Kaminga signing.
Well, where it also could have been was the Schroeder thing too, right? Those were the 2 closest situations. The sign and trade with Schroeder and then the Kaminga thing. And I know the Schroeder thing was much earlier on in the process than the Kaminga thing. But yeah, those were the 2 situations where Malik probably was thinking, all right, it might just be a wrap here.
Yeah, that might have been what he was saying. But if he was told, look, we'll let you know, then something could have been happening.
Right, right. Well, no. What it was, if I'm not mistaken, this was when free agency opened up. That's what Malik was referring to. And unless you're saying the Schroeder thing was also connected to the Kaminga thing.
No, you're saying it was the Schroeder thing?
I'm saying it's the Schroeder thing.
Okay, they were going to send him out?
Yes. Remember that sign and trade was just hanging around,
Gotcha.
and then it just, maybe it's still hanging around. I don't know. It just kind of went away, and then Valanciunas ended up having to get moved so they could save that cash. So maybe there were multiple situations, but
he's been through a lot, as Doug Christie said.
Yeah,
and it's not easy to do. He's responded by playing well.
Yeah, and maybe part of that too is that these conversations happen, I would assume, that before they put Malik's name back out there, after media day, they probably said something else to Malik once again and said, hey, all right, we're back at it again, right? And, if you're Malik, it does kind of get to a point where, and I said this, and I didn't really take any pride in saying it, but somebody like Malik, it's funny, Whitey, when you're so good at doing something in a specific way. What I said, funny enough, because he was almost included in that Schroeder deal, what I said was we might be starting to see Malik's kind of next path in his career where he might end up on about 2-3 different teams here within the next couple years because he's so good at just kind of plug and play. I know he likes playing out in Sacramento even when his roles change.
He's on a couple teams before he came here.
Exactly. He kind of found his footing out here, but it wouldn't surprise me as each and every moment or every season where he has one less year on his contract, somebody's thinking Malik just kind of turns into a Band-Aid in a way, a fixer where he can just say, okay, you need scoring off the bench. Cool. Now I got to go to Detroit. Okay, you need scoring off the bench. Cool. And honestly, everybody doesn't get to just be on a 6-year deal and stay at the same place for a long time. But as long as you're getting calls, that's a good thing.
Can you tell me, pizza guy? You get one guess. Pardon me, pizza guy. You get one guess. Which of our regular commenters is telling us how good Colin Murray Boyles is?
I don't know what. TC?
Logical Raptors fanatic, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
He's breaking down what he does defensively. Appreciate that. LRF.
Well, somebody got it. Yeah, no, somebody got to go.
But speaking of the Raptors, we know that there have been suggestions that the Raptors may have interest in Domantas Sabonis, who played very well this weekend. Look at what he did yesterday. Domantas Sabonis. He only played 24 minutes, 6 of 7, with 8 assists and 7 rebounds, 2 steals. He's been playing the last couple of games like, all right, this guy is either it's just had a lot of pent-up energy from all his time he's been injured, or he's just trying to show somebody something. So the Raptors, it's been reported, have legitimate interest. I think even Sam Amick said they're a team to keep an eye on.
Right.
Here's my point. The reason I bring this up, and I know I talked about this earlier, if I'm the Kings and I have reason to talk to any teams about Domantas Sabonis, I don't have to trade Domas. I don't feel like I would have to. So if anybody wants Domas, I would tell them, all right, you don't even get to sit down with us and talk about this unless you bring 2 firsts to the table.
Right.
You're willing to part with that? We'll talk, and we'll figure something out. But if you're not, we're not going to talk to you.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, is you almost have a little bit of leverage in a way because the draft lottery hasn't gotten announced yet. So when you're talking to these teams, you could say, hey, we could get the first pick, and we want to hold on to Domantas Sabonis. We could get the 7th or 8th, and we can say, all right, well, we got to stink again because we got to go back to the well. So right now, any team that's coming to the party and trying to have a conversation about Domantas Sabonis, they know that the Kings aren't really in a position where they have to
They're not
do
in a hurry
anything
to get
right
rid of
now.
him.
No.
They shouldn't be.
They don't have to do anything right now. And I'm looking here, Logical Raptor, his Raptors are 3rd in the East. Okay, they're
a good team.
Yeah, they're a half game behind the Celtics. I don't even want to say surprise Celtics, but the Celtics as the Pistons.
I think a lot of people were stunned by the Celtics.
Yeah. I mean,
as the summer, some people were saying, "Well, they're going to be terrible this year."
Yeah, I think it might even be less. Yes, but also what happened with the Cavs, what happened. The Knicks are the 4 seed. It's hard to really complain there. And obviously the Hawks were supposed to be I don't even know who was supposed to be. I guess the sexy pick in the West was correct because it was the Spurs, right? And they kind of have been that. The Hawks were supposed to be the hot pick, and that didn't work out. And the Hawks, Whitey, they're probably not too far from thinking maybe we just keep losing here, and try to luck out. You already got your guy in Jalen Johnson, so all you need, if you can just get another top 10 guy in this draft, you would really feel like you're in a good spot. But,
because you already have New Orleans pick.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so they're in an outstanding position, the Hawks are.
Yeah, except really I think their own pick goes to San Antonio.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what? It looks like they might get the Cavs. It's probably the Cavs. They might get the Cavs pick or something like that.
Yes.
So they could still pick twice in the first round.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that might be a better bet than, we're going to slog through the play-in again.
No. Well, they're 10 right now, so at some point to just say, go ahead, Bucks. You got us. You got us here. But, yeah, with the Raptors, they're the ones where if you're going to strike now, I mean, I got to keep scrolling to find the Pacers. So if you're going to make this thing happen and kind of have a surprise Pacer-esque season, you probably want to do something now because the Pistons are still unproven. The Knicks are kind of getting in their own way a little bit. They're trying to pull up Philadelphia Eagles, to be completely honest with you. So this does feel like a season where the Raptors could not be as prudent as maybe they should and look more impulsy. And the Kings, their job now is to test, well, how impulsy do you want to get?
I think it gets back to also just how good is Domantas Sabonis. You know, that's a debate that's going to rage as long as he plays, and I'm sure long after he plays, you know? You watch the way he's played the last couple nights, and we know what he's capable of doing and how he's capable of dominating the defensive backboards, but he still has that reputation, and some of it's deserved, of being a player that, well, it's tough to build around because he's not really a rim protector. Yeah. So for Toronto, he would fit a lot of things that they do offensively, which is a big question for any team that thinks about bringing in Domantas Sabonis. But I don't know. How much are they willing to give up for him? If I were them, I like their team a lot. I don't think I'd give up 2 firsts for Domantas Sabonis right now. I think I'd still kind of wait and see because, you know, at some point the Kings are probably going to part ways with him. Maybe it's not till the offseason. But as I said, if I'm the Kings, you need 2 firsts to even sit down with me if you want to talk about Domantas Sabonis. I don't care who you are.
Right. And again, I don't even necessarily know.
So we ain't going anywhere. I know that's what you've been saying. He's probably not going anywhere.
Well, I don't even know if getting the first pick, it just gives you more options, right? Because you can get the first pick and say, I'm more willing to move on from Domantas Sabonis. We've kind of been talking as far as the hybrid rebuild, but that doesn't mean that's what the Kings are going to do. They could get a top pick and think, cool, we want to start this process and we want to add on even more. We don't necessarily want to move forward with Domantas Sabonis. So the Kings, you get a top pick and you just have a lot more options, but even still, you just don't have to do anything right now. You don't have to do anything right now, you know, unless it is, again, the Desmond Bain, Mikal Bridges type of overpay, and then you say, all right, well, literally cannot say no to this. But from what we've been hearing, they're not going to get anything like that.
Do you think what do you think the odds are that Kaminga comes here? I don't see it happening right now.
How did you just say that word?
The moratorium was off last week. We kind of broke it last week, and we haven't put it back on yet.
You know,
did you hear what Windhorst said about all that, by the way?
When he said it's just been a complete waste of time.
No, that was Slate's. He said, Windhorst, we'll see if we can find it. He actually said, we've had 4 years of Anthony Slater in his backyard telling us that nothing's going to happen. It was hilarious.
Wow.
And he wasn't joking. He was like, please, can we move on from this?
But that's what we always joke about, right? Who is he talking to? The
His
producers,
I think. He's like, please, there's nothing to this. Can we please move on? We've had 4 years of Anthony Slater in his backyard.
But as far as what I think is going to happen, I don't know. I guess I'm just starting to wonder where he fits in all this because I don't know how the Kings are going to get him at this point. You don't want the Warriors don't want Malik. We've been trying to hold out hope for a 3-team deal, but that really has gotten very quiet. I mean, it's January 26th. I don't know, kind of sounds like it's cooked. I mean, I think that's been the kicker for me when it comes to the timing, though, and the whole spacing conversation. I never really understood where Domantas Sabonis fit if you went and got Kaminga because that spacing would be trash. So if you go get Kaminga, I just don't see how you get Kaminga, get a top pick, and keep Sabonis. That part didn't make sense to me. So if you do go get Kaminga, which is funny because there was the conversation about Sabonis being a part of that deal, but if you get Kaminga and Sabonis is not a part of that deal, I don't see how he stays after you then draft somebody else. I don't get that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I followed you through all that, but I did, and I'm with you. I'm with you 100%.
You started it.
I know I did. When we come back, what is the status of the 49ers so-called proverbial theoretical Super Bowl window, quote-unquote, next, Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Get more for your money at Elk Grove Chevrolet, where value meets style. Purchase a new 2026 Chevrolet Trax for just $299 per month plus tax. The Trax delivers more for less with a sleek design, impressive fuel economy, and tech that keeps you connected. Conveniently located in Elk Grove, just minutes from Sacramento. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com today for full details and see why the Trax is such a smart choice.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Got some interesting potential trade crumbs for you. DeMar said some interesting things. The great Jason Anderson of the Bee got some interesting quotes from him. Alan's close personal friend, Evan Sittery, has...
This is getting ridiculous.
What? You used to have him on your show all the time.
It was once.
No, it was.
It was.
Really? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I know that he has
some people, you know,
covering the NBA for a while. Should we share what he has to say or not? What do you think?
I guess if we're caveating it, then it's fine.
Okay, what's the caveat then?
That it's Evan Sidery and
someone who doesn't know.
You don't know.
Okay,
The problem is, here it is.
Yeah, he covers the NBA for Forbes, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
To be respectful.
Uh-huh.
What we were talking about earlier, right?
I'm just laughing because you're kind of on your heels right now. I don't think you need to be, but
No. When it comes to the whole per sources thing, he will say stuff and we're not. Sometimes he'll reference somebody, sometimes he won't. So what you're about to read, it doesn't say per source. It's just a statement.
Right. Evan Sidery. And that's the other thing. I say Sidery and Alan says Sidery, and I thought he told us his name was Sidery.
I thought he told us it was Sidery.
There we go.
He
says, I don't know. I really don't know. In trade conversations between the Kings and Raptors involving Domantas Sabonis, Jakob Poeltl's contract is a sticking point, posts Evan Sidery. After signing an extension through 2030, Poeltl could be developing chronic back issues. Toronto is trying to not only add Sabonis, but also Keon Ellis. If that's true, then, like I said, you better be willing to offer at least 2 firsts.
Yeah, I don't want to hear. Yeah, I don't want to hear anything about take RJ and Emmanuel quickly. No, we will, but that's not enough.
Yeah, but if it's we need you to take Poeltl. Come on.
Yeah, that's true.
Come on.
If we got to take Poeltl and
a big man with chronic back problems,
that's going to cost you another one.
Yeah. So you want me to take on that mess? Nothing against Jakob Poeltl, but it's just if he's hurt.
It's a lot of money, too. I know you're...
Make it worth my while.
I know
Logical Raptors fanatic.
I know Emmanuel Quickly's your guy, but that's still 4 years at 32.5. That's a long time.
He's not quite my guy. He's not my guy.
That one time he had a good game.
Well,
you said he was
great
my guy.
game. How did he do in that game? 40 and 10? Yeah.
Every dog has his day.
Yeah, then he came here, and I watched him, and I thought I didn't do well, and I think he still had like 18 or something.
Yeah, and I'm giving up Keon. Nah, I need 3. I need 3
ones. I just don't think you'll get it.
I need 3 ones. 2 can be protected.
I'll ask.
One protected, or two protected, 1 unprotected.
How important would it be to you personally to get their first round pick this year? Would that matter? Because it's not necessarily. It doesn't look like it's going to be a great pick.
Yeah.
But this is a great draft.
Get in though. I mean, yeah. If we're getting 1, would you go down to 2 if 1 was from this draft? Instead of saying I need 3, hey, I'll take 2 if you give me yours.
If they're going to talk about Poeltl, I would tell them, Poeltl, we're talking 3 first.
Yeah.
If not Poeltl, all right, we can talk. But if Poeltl's on the table, you better bring your 3 firsts. Yeah. And by the way, I know I said we were going to talk about the 49ers and what's going on, but we found out during the break some of these tidbits. So I hope you'll forgive me for digressing here for a moment when it comes to the 49ers. Also, do we have it ready to go? Yeah. We were talking last segment about poor Brian Windhorst. This was about a week ago now, and he was on their NBA show. Is it NBA Today? Inside the NBA?
Yeah, I think it's NBA Today.
NBA Today. Thank you, Ramsey. Here's what he had to say when they went to him for some information on Kaminga, and he just wasn't having it.
What are you doing here, leading off the signature show of the NBA, talking about a player who hasn't played for a month, who's having the worst shooting season of his career, playing for a team that self-described as mediocre. Jimmy Butler called the team mediocre the other day. He wasn't wrong. Steve Kerr recently called the team a fading dynasty. He wasn't wrong. What are we doing here? If he had had an offer last summer from another team, he would have signed an offer sheet. He didn't have an offer sheet. A pox on both of their houses. I've had enough of this. This is not a significant thing. Just move on. I can't take it anymore. We've seen Anthony Slater go through 4 seasons in his backyard talking about this story, about a guy who is not a significant. Shams and Slater reported 2 weeks ago he had a chance to play, and he said, I got a back injury.
I'm going to be Mr. Positivity. This is all such.
Anyway, and Bobby Marks broke in there. Yeah. And again, that wasn't a bit. He was like, please, can we just stop?
And you can't. But I do wonder, though, it's one thing in Sacramento, right? Because the idea that the Kings could get Kaminga. But when you look at ESPN, and everybody likes to bag on ESPN, and they talk about the same things like that, I do wonder how I know it's connected to Steph and the Warriors, but how does that even do for their ratings or whatever? The rest of the basketball world, does the rest of the basketball world care about Kaminga? I know why we care about Kaminga, but does the random Raptors fan out there care about turning on NBA Today and them talking about Kaminga?
You know, honestly, I think it has to do with some sort of decree or belief that we need to talk about trades. We can't talk about Giannis all the time, and it was kind of a down period for Giannis talks. You know that'll be revived again. We'll talk a lot about him between now and the deadline, or at least they will. But I think Kaminga was kind of a, well, what's going on the trade market? There's talk about Kaminga. All right, let's just hammer it and hammer it and hammer.
Yeah.
Hammer that turnip and see if it bleeds.
Right, there's just nothing else.
Yeah.
That's part of it.
But it's like, well, we have to talk trades.
Right. And Windhorst knows that.
Yes.
So he's just a rock in a hard place where last season we thought KD was getting traded. He doesn't. We didn't know Luka was getting traded. He did. You still had De'Aaron, just nobody talked about it because of all the other stuff. So last season specifically was crazy for trades, looking back on it now. And this season, there's just nothing.
Yeah. And I think also the Warrior factor, they're still considered, obviously a draw. Whether they should be or not, they are. They're on national TV a lot. I go back to something Nick Friedel told us years ago. I was doing a show with he and Ray Ratto, and this was at the station where we used to work. This is a few years ago now, but I think a lot of it, if not all of it, still applies. He said they would go into an ESPN meeting. They had a meeting, and ESPN, all the NBA people said, look, just so you know, this is what people care about in the NBA. People around the country, fans, this is what they care about. 1, LeBron James. That is topic 1A. 2, and there's a bit of a gap there, Steph Curry. Topic 3 is another, even a bigger gap, everything else. So the Kaminga thing, it relates a little bit to the Warriors.
Right.
Yeah.
Are they going to go all in for Steph? That's how it connects to it.
Yeah.
Because he's the asset that's going to allow them to do that. Or he was supposed to be.
Yeah. But what's the latest from, well, we'll come back with it here because Jason Anderson, who does such a great job covering the Kings for the B, he had an interesting discussion with DeMar DeRozan, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so we'll share that with you when we come right back. It's The Drive, guys, on Sactown Sports. And we're taking a break. Ramsey, here we go. We'll be right back.
There are many reasons to choose Gonzalez Law Offices as a dedicated trial lawyer with an undefeated record from 2016 through 2019, and you'll know that no case is too big or too small. Due to his success, hard work, and commitment to excellence, attorney Jonathan Gonzalez has been listed in Super Lawyers Rising Stars as well as in the top 40 under 40 list by national trial lawyers. You can find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call him at 916-304-9187.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler, Dodge Jeep and Ram Center, and Fairfield in Cal Expo. More info at CITBfest.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'd put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's go.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When life calls for a little extra, a kitchen upgrade, paying off debt, or that dream vacation, Valley Strong Credit Union is here to help. With a Valley Strong home equity loan, you can tap into your home's value with competitive rates, flexible terms, and local guidance you can trust. Get approved in as little as 5 minutes, with funding in as few as 5 days. Your goals are within reach. Visit valleystrong.com to get your offer today. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your possibilities. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 456506.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Because we couldn't fit in the car because we had to go to the after party.
Was the reception there at the Presidio? Or
yes, yeah.
That's where my daughter had her reception.
So then we had to, get to the secondary spot, right? But
did you stay at the inn at the Presidio?
No. We didn't stay there. We stayed.
Very nice.
Yeah, we stayed not far away from that, and we were trying to make our way to the second spot. And we were walking through the forest of the Presidio, and then after that, I'll tell you what though, being this old now, so we were at a spot called Final, and that was the spot we were going to go, and it was just so crowded, you couldn't do anything, right? Because it's not just the wedding party. We show up with a bunch of people,
right?
And then it's already a Saturday night, so you couldn't move, couldn't get a beverage. So then there was a spot that
you didn't say, "Hey, I'm Alan Stiles."
No. I got to keep it chill. I was very, low key out there, And then we got to a point where, my wife just kind of looked at me and said, "Do you want to go to one of the spots we used to go to back in the day?" So we went on our own mission and got out of there. I don't even know if we necessarily said goodbye to everyone because you just couldn't. So then we got out of there, went to a spot that we used to go to back in the day, one of the best burgers I've ever had in my life, called Louie's. So then we kicked it there, and then by that point, we were done.
Mm-hmm.
We were done. Then woke up. The thing about when you leave places, Whitey, is you just got to don't think about it, get up, and just get the heck out of there. When I leave a hotel, I just go.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mess around. There's no.
You don't eat there.
No. I got to get on the road. We'll figure it out. So then we got on the road.
Why is that?
Because I don't like to mess around, especially with the bridge. Coming back to Sacramento, I just want to go.
Right.
So we went.
You came back over the Golden Gate Bridge, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
We did the Bay Bridge.
I thought you were staying near the Presidio, so.
Well, no, we were staying on Van Ness.
Oh, okay.
So we weren't that close to it. and just get back, just got a burrito once we got back into town. And, yeah, that's all she wrote.
Mm-hmm.
That's all she wrote.
Came back, watched some football.
That's right. Went to the most San Francisco coffee spot ever.
Really?
It was in like an old building, but the menu had all, it looked like a mini booklet magazine, and it was all these different, because I'm not a huge coffee, connoisseur. I'll drink it when
Sounds
I
like
need to
something
drink
about this
it.
place really irritated
No,
you.
it was just so San Francisco that it was almost out of a movie. And then I said, I just, get a normal latte. But no, there's no normal lattes. Like this one had horchata. You know what I mean?
And that's what irritated you.
No, I like the horchata. It was very good. It was very good, but it was just the most San Francisco place ever. Like the stuff, like the furniture was old because it just had to be old.
Yeah.
And there was kind of a movie theater that it used to be, but you could still go.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It was very straight
Nebulous.
up San Francisco.
Okay. Kind of a movie theater that you used. Okay.
I couldn't tell if it was still a movie
All right,
theater or
gotcha.
not.
I gotcha.
But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. I
Yeah.
popped in the chat on Friday.
I know that. I heard about that.
I said hello.
That was the previous show, wasn't it? Or was it?
That
on
was
our
Friday.
show? Yeah.
No. I hopped in yours too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just
All right.
quickly.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned a movie theater. This Kings season has been like a movie in some ways, like
That's
a
right.
disaster film in some ways. Senior segue.
That's a 3.5.
I'll take it.
I'll give you a 3.5
I'll take
on
it.
that.
But we have some interesting comments, or you found some interesting comments Jason Anderson got from
That's
DeMar
right.
DeRozan.
These are some of the quotes, and then things start to change a little bit. So this first part is not very surprising, okay? So DeMar says, for me, it's not like I'm playing another 10 years, so you definitely want to maximize your time and give everything you've got left to playing for something, DeRozan told the Sacramento Bee. I don't think that part of it is a secret, whether it's here or wherever, which seems pretty normal based on what DeMar's saying. Then this is where things get a little interesting. DeMar then says, I think everybody understands you want to have an opportunity to compete, an opportunity to win, but you have to go about the situation the right way. Granted, it's tough right now. Nobody wishes to have this record we have, but I've always been the one to stick through the hard times. It's always easy to say you want to be in a better situation, but you've got to deal with the cards that are dealt and make the best out of them.
That to me sounds like a little bit of a pushback against the whole notion of being a ring chaser.
Or I don't know if he's just saying it so it sounds better, or if he's prepared to just play here for the rest of the season. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be two things. It could be, hey, I'm not one of those guys that's just going to demand I go to a good team, or it could be, I'm making the best of it.
Yeah.
I can't get out of here.
I think, what would it be? Tired, the tired and wired. If you were to say tired, DeMar wants out of here. Wired, he's saying the right things. I don't know. At first, when I read that, I thought, sounds like he might be willing to stay. Now that I reread it, feels like maybe he's just saying the right things, right?
Yeah, but yeah, it does. It does.
This is no way. This is not, we're going to.
As opposed to what? He's saying the right things as opposed to what?
I'm trying to get out of here. It's over.
He's definitely not saying that. He may feel that way, but if he does feel that way, he didn't say that.
No, it sounds like, hey, we're gonna work through this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But working through something, it's different when you're not going anywhere, right? I mean, it's not like they're battling for a play-in spot.
Right.
They're not doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he's looking to next year. We had some young talent. I've been spending a lot of time, too much time, on something that I know we've talked about, trying to figure out why is it that no one else seems to want him.
Mm-hmm.
When his contract, we all know his contract isn't that huge. And I'm not sure. You end up with things that relate to his potential shortcomings, and I don't want to get into all that because it's not fair, but it is a little bit of a head scratcher. To me, a big part of it, I think, has to be that on some level other teams know that he doesn't want to come off the bench, or he wouldn't be as good coming off the bench.
Right.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. Because
and the other thing is he's not a good defender, and teams are less interested in players that only give you ability at one end of the floor now.
Well, yeah, I think what's confusing to me is that you could go through a run with him, and if it doesn't work, you can move on from it because only $10 million is guaranteed. Now, maybe you feel like, oh, well, we would be, kind of stuck holding the bag, but that bag isn't that crazy, not to get into the nook and crannies of it, but you could find a way to move off of him in the summer. So I think that's the weird thing to me.
I wonder if there's some clause or aspect of his contract that some of us are not aware of that also makes it a little more onerous for another team to assume it. Yeah, I don't know, because again, it's like there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
No, the main thing from what I have read time and time again was that he is owed $10 million, right, out of that $24 million contract, and whatever team he's on when it comes to what, January 10th, 2027, it becomes fully guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
So it says, 26, 27, $10 million guaranteed, $12 million guaranteed if he makes the All-Star team in 2025 or 2026, 14 guaranteed if he makes the All-Star in 2025, 2026, fully guaranteed if team makes the 2025, 2026 NBA Finals, and player plays in at least 60 regular games, or, after all that, or fully guaranteed on January 10th, 2027.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, to your point, and we had on Yossi Gozlin about this.
Another one of your guys.
Another one of my
the Allen
guys.
three, Siegel and Sittery and Gozlin. The Styles
you keep
three.
Throwing one in there. You forgot Scotto. Replace Sittery with Scotto.
All right.
Replace Sittery with Scotto. So you have those. You have all those kind of notes on it. Now the question becomes, you go through a playoff run right now, right? It doesn't work out. Can you just say, hey, DeMar, here's your $10 million, and yeah, we're gonna waive you or buy you out, whatever that case is. That's what is, I would assume, is the holdup.
Did you hear what Dylan Brooks said about him?
You were trying to tell me, but I don't think
he was appearing in, I guess, Legion Hoops. Dylan Brooks was talking about the 2019 Raptors beating the Warriors, and I know he's Canadian. I don't know if that is why he was talking about the Raptors. He was asked why Toronto failed to win a championship before 2019, and Dylan Brooks placed the blame on DeMar. Quote, yeah, you know why? It's because they got DeRozan out of there. And then he says he wasn't pulling his weight. It was his fault, just keeping it real. Man, what happened was they got Kawhi, and they had to give it more to get it, but they got Kawhi Leonard. That's what happened. They had a really good team. But, man, there's got to be some backstory there. We've seen them go at each other on the court, but there's something very serious there for him to go after DeMar like that.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan is kind of just feeling himself this season. He's getting to shoot the basketball way more. It's kind of like a revenge on the Grizzlies because they're that surprise. They're that surprise team. So, yeah, I don't know where that kind of started. Dylan Brooks is one of those guys that he has so many foes. It's just hard to keep up with who he's trying to beef with now.
Opening night, they were going at each other. They were jawing with each other. But, with Dylan Brooks, like, of course, that's what he does.
Yeah, it feels like there are certain guys that Dylan specifically enjoys antagonizing.
Is Dylan a Drake guy?
I wouldn't
guess so.
But he is, like you said, Canada, though.
Yeah.
So you would probably ride with him after all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a bit bizarre. But I don't know what the holdup with DeMar is unless, like you said, outside the lines, DeMar or his agent or somebody is saying, no, he's a starter.
Yeah.
Right? Hey, they saying I got to come off the bench. I'm not coming off the bench. I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah.
Which, okay, but this is your legacy, whatever you want out of it.
We are going to dissect Coach Christie's cryptic postgame comments on yesterday's fourth quarter tussle when we come back. And Alan also has an interesting Maxime Reynaud question or two. We're back with that and more. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at the Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Live stream the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports 1140.
Yeah, do that. Drive Guys with Alan Stiles now.
That's right.
Seems like you've been here for 6 months now.
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. Wow. I'll tell you what. It's just so it's just so nice to, be here with you, Whitey.
Yeah.
And, 2 to 6. It's the drive time, baby.
That is.
It's the Drive Guys.
Is.
So you want to be out in these streets.
Every time, Alan, you come to bat on a Drive Time show, there's ducks on the pond.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yes.
So we're just trying to make our presence known here, Whitey. That's all this is.
We've been here a while. You've been here a while.
That's
We're just,
right.
Joining forces, having
That's
fun.
right. And,
we appreciate everybody being with us.
People start getting little. Palms get sweaty. That's what it is now.
Is that it? Is that what it is?
That's what I think it's turning into. Come on now.
Doug Christie says the Palms weren't sweaty enough yesterday, Alan.
Well, they better figure it out one way or the other.
He had some interesting comments post-game because he talked about a lack of physicality, but then he ended up getting into, and I'm actually not sure how much we have on this clip, but he talked about some physicality that he liked from Nick Clifford. Anyway, here was Doug Christie post-game right after the Pistons beat the Kings 139-116.
It was really a lack of physicality. I mean, we got to keep people in front of us. We got to grab, hold, and control. I mean, we know that we can do it. There has to be a level of physicality that is, and you hear me say the word, it's a standard. It's what we do. And that level of physicality, in my opinion, wasn't there. And that's where the game started to get away from us. And we have to not only match the physicality of the opponent, but exceed it, in my opinion. And, that can be uncomfortable. And it can be uncomfortable for not only yourself, but it can be uncomfortable for them because when you are that physical with somebody, it's going to cause a reaction. And you got to be about that life. So, like I said, but we'll get there. I thought Nick did a good job, man. It's easy for me to say that now. I got to go back and look at the film, and I'll be very critical of him, but in a loving manner because I think that the kid continues to improve. He continues to show all the things that when he was drafted that we thought that he could be. He handles the ball some. He can make plays. He shoots the 3-ball. He can rebound. Just understanding when he plays against a guy like Duncan how to grab a hold of him and really stay with him, fight through the screens, understand how to fight through the screens. You gotta wedge yourself in there and you gotta blow it up, meaning that there's a timing thing that happens when you grab a hold of him and he gets ready to go. You got to be prepared to hit that gap and blow it up. And listen, it may be a foul, but you got to demonstrate to him that you're willing to put yourself in harm's way. And he's learning.
Doug Christie appreciated the way Nick Clifford played, and he really appreciated the fact that he stepped into the breach there when there was a little back and forth between Ron Holland. I always get Ron Holland and Dillingham mixed up, so I always have, Ron Holland and, of course, Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
A little shoving back and forth. Nick shoved Holland, who turned and thought it was Keon, so he shoved Keon. Keon flops. Doug Christie with some interesting comments there. We basically was saying, we're not there yet, but you better get us now.
Yeah.
You don't want us when we get there.
Right.
Woo!
Right. Yeah.
Woo!
And look, I mean, those types of things or those types of quotes, they're always going to hit harder if you're right. Right? When you go back and somebody says, hey, you better get us now. Who was that? Somebody else said something similar. Was it in the NBA or NFL? It was somebody who said, you better get us now, and then that ended up being the case. So it always hits harder when that actually is the case. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about that right now as long as the team is reacting and enjoying how Doug is going about it. Because the further we get into this season, that's what this is going to be about. Yeah. It's not about whether Alan Stiles is a fan of how Doug goes about it. It's going to turn into very similar to what Matt George was saying, what was that last week, that the young guys are starting to dig into this because this is what we always thought it was going to be. We always thought that Doug was going to do his best work with the young guys on the team. And as we get closer to the trade deadline and maybe even after the trade deadline, it's almost in a funny way. We were talking about Malik Monk and how Malik Monk had all these different roles last season, and he's had a couple different roles this season too. It's almost like Doug is two different coaches, right? He's got to coach the vets, and then he's got to coach the young guys. Like Jordy, for example. Yeah, there are a couple random vets on the Nets, but Jordy, it's one voice because majority of that team is young. So Doug is in a very...
Did you say the majority? That's funny.
Yeah, there you go. Doug is in a very specific situation where he's almost doing two things at one time.
Right.
And he's doing the best he can.
Yeah. The interesting thing that he said there, most interesting to me, was when he talked about Neek knows that's what we expect. So when he steps in there, that's what we do. We don't back down. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, he appreciated the way he played, but appreciated that Neek recognized what was going on and stepped in and stepped up and stood up for a teammate. And it's interesting because who knows where that goes. And it's easy, Alan, I think, for us, especially in the media and for fans, to make too much of that. Oh, yeah, that's the way you do it. But it does matter, especially when you're trying to build something as this team is. So it's nice to see Neek just playing with more confidence now and looking less like I'm a step behind here. Instead, it's more like he's playing well and he's also like rising to the moment when something like that happened.
Yeah, and look, back to my 10 a.m. days.
I thought we were going back to your playing days. So
No.
I'll take your 10 a.m. days.
Back to the 10 a.m. days, and I'm sure you had the same types of conversations when Kyle Draper was here in the building as well, even though it may have been seldom. The conversation always was the dogs. Right?
Yeah.
Do we have a dog? And remember Trey Lyles got into it with Bobby Portis 3 years ago.
Somebody in town used to do a regular segment of Who Let the Dog
Yeah, that's
out?
right. We got the dog.
Need dogs.
The dog segment, all of that.
He's a dog.
And I think we're trying to figure out right now who the young dogs, who the young pups are going to be on this team because I don't know. I'm not really paying attention to the vets at this point. They are who they are.
Would you say Dylan Cardwell's got dog in him? To me, he
does, but
he's not like he's not like Dylan Brooks, but
he's like a joyful dog.
He does the more important dog thing.
Yes, but he's not I don't know. I got to see him scrap a little bit because right now he smiles too much.
Huh. Yeah, but I like that. That's a little like, you can't bother me. Anyway, I think the important qualities of a dog player, I think he has those.
I think he has that. But when we're looking at, somebody who is, okay, when push comes to shove, very similar to, no pun intended, with Neek Clifford.
Dog segment needs reviving.
That's right.
Wow.
Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. But I think
it's your show, too. Go ahead. Bring it back.
We are going to bring it back. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at these young guys and trying to figure out who could be a dog because we've been looking for a dog on this team for it feels like a very long time.
Max has grown some facial hair. Did you see that?
I saw that.
Yeah, so I think that's,
I saw that. And he was getting into it. Who was that just last week? Everybody's getting into it with somebody right now.
That's right.
Was it Klingon?
It was Klingon.
It was Klingon.
Yeah.
So a lot of these guys, they're getting into it right now. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, I mean, Neek definitely has some of that in him. And I think it's because, and you could throw Precious. I think Precious definitely has some dog in him. The Bean Boys.
Precious is one of those dogs I think other players like, don't wake that dog.
Yeah, I'm not really messing with that guy. But I think the Bean Boys in general just enjoy each other's company so much that's where it comes from. To ride with somebody. A lot of the guys I was in the wedding with over the weekend, we went to high school together. You know what I mean? And when you have that camaraderie and that bond, that is when you, hey, like that's my man. Like
Yeah.
We don't mess around like that. And honestly, even going back to Beam Team, maybe the whole conversation with the dogs and the dog segment was we didn't really know who rode for who.
Right. We'd say Trey Lyles, maybe, kind of.
Yeah, but it was, no, De'Aaron and Malik are besties. You sure about that? Sabonis, I don't know. But we're looking at these 4 guys right here that truly enjoy each other's company, and that will bring out the dog in you when necessary.
Yeah. Doug Christie talked about the standard. I was roundly booed for suggesting, what's Coach Tomlin doing? Bring him in as an advisor. We may not need to because Coach Tomlin talked a lot about the standard is the standard. Doug Christie's almost saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about it there. I talk about the standard. The standard is the standard. The standard also, I think, underscores the standard that he should be evaluated by. As he talks about the standard and making sure the young players understand what that is, we're going to see hopefully in the second half of the season how he should be evaluated. He should be evaluated by how he teaches the young players. That's the standard, more so than how many games are they winning. That's how he should be evaluated as a coach.
So if the trade deadline comes and goes, and let's say they're not able to make a really big move, they get the 2 seconds for Keon and tick everybody off, right? That's all they do, something like that. If you're now having a conversation, you're Scott Perry having a conversation with your boss, Vivek Ranadive, and you're trying to figure out, hey, Doug's on a 2-year deal with a, 3rd-year option. How should we kind of be looking at this? If you're Scott Perry, do you take one for the team with Doug and say, hey, I wasn't able, or we weren't able to kind of clear the deck for Doug, so I've kind of only been looking at him with the young guys. I can't really, you're not watching Doug evaluate a 36-year-old DeMar DeRozan or Russell Westbrook.
I think that if they're not able to move many significant pieces, I think then they have to address something. And I've been saying, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. You have to start doing like you did yesterday with Zach LaVine. And for all I know, he was really hurt. I would never say a guy's not hurt. Guys have bad backs all the time, and he has a sore back. But I think you get into that unenviable position. If you have most of those veterans and you get into the second half of the season, there may be more nights when you have to say, your knee hurts, right? Okay, and you're not playing. Right. And then, of course, the league keeps an eye on that. But I don't know what other choice you have. Yeah. You really need to lose a lot of these games in order to give yourself the best chance to be really good sooner rather than later.
Right.
That's the only way to play it.
You have to. And we understand what it is. And you put these guys in a tough spot. You put these organizations in a tough spot with these second aprons. Something's got to give. You can't put them in a situation where, Scott Perry's just coming into this gig where you can't move these contracts. Nobody wants to get into the second 8-man. Nobody wants to deal with the luxury tax, all this stuff. And then, no. And you have to play these guys, and you're going to be stuck in purgatory because you're playing these guys. The league can only protect itself from so much. It just gets to a point where you say, all right, don't make a habit out of it, but we understand you're trying to move on from this, and nobody wants to take these contracts. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm really interested in a game that I shouldn't be interested in, which is the last game of this upcoming road trip when they visit the Wizards.
Yeah.
How do you play that? That's a very important game when it comes to lottery position.
So you're thinking some guys.
Oh, I don't know. What are they going to do?
But that isn't
the only saving grace is they're so bad defensively. You can still play a lot of these guys, and oh well.
Isn't that the one that if you are going to get hit by the league, that's the one where you kind of got to fake it and wear it, and maybe guys aren't sitting, but
you can limit their minutes.
Yeah,
if they play. Yeah,
Sabonis just got 15.
Yeah.
LaVine just got 15.
Mm-hmm.
And you want Dennis Schroeder to play at this point the way he's playing, so get him out there.
Yeah,
he gets 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
And then it's tricky, and it's not something anyone wants to do, but that's where you are,
right? Yeah, it's kind of the double Dutch situation that you're in right now, where you're just trying to. All right, well, we don't want to make it too obvious, but it's Kings Wizards. Like, what are we talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Adam isn't paying attention to Kings Wizards.
Did you cover the Warriors the year they won 15, or you came after that, I think?
Yeah. Normally, if I'm covering a team, they're winning games.
Oh, okay. Right. Because I did pre and post game that year.
Right.
They had been to the finals. They'd won all these championships. And that year, they were just dreadful.
Was that?
And it's tough.
Yeah, what was that?
It was the COVID year.
2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were 15 and 50?
Yeah. And they still have nothing to show for it with those. Speaking of the stimulus packages, Whitey.
Right.
But they couldn't even take advantage of theirs.
Right.
So the Kings.
They kind of got your boy Kaminga out of that.
But they did.
Yeah.
That was the year. Right. They missed on Wiseman, and then they missed on, I guess, kind of missed on Kaminga. And I know people liked Moody, but
they did get Wiggins, and now there's talk that they might send Kaminga out to bring
which is crazy.
Wiggins back.
Which is insane.
Yeah. But it was just a dreadful year.
Yeah.
Just a terrible year.
Here you go, Whitey. I mean, this is when it comes to the, what are you doing? Obviously, this team is not trying to lose games, but you brought them up. Steph Curry and Draymond Green have both been ruled out tonight in the rematch versus the Timberwolves. No Al Horford or DeAnthony Melton either. Warriors finish road trip on Wednesday night in Utah. So that's an L.
Mm-hmm.
And what are you going to do?
The Timberwolves have lost 5 straight. And, everybody in Minnesota, their minds are not all on what's going on the floor.
No. Yeah.
So it's a very strange atmosphere there now.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, that was from Slater. That was an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just kind of wearing it, I guess.
You have a question, I believe, about Maxime Reynaud?
Well, my question was, we spent all this time, and obviously the three-point line is a little bit different from college to the NBA, and you watch all of the highlights, right? You watch all the highlights of Maxime, and a lot of it was, wow, this guy can stretch the floor a little bit. I even feel like
going to the Rising Stars Challenge, by the way.
No, he's not. I even feel like his shot maybe looked a little bit different at Stanford. I don't know if the hitch is maybe possibly worse because the three-point line is a little further away. But it's one of those things where I think that was a big part of why people like myself fell in love with him. And I was saying the joke to you and Ramsey during the break when we got our second cat. We were about to get married, and we felt bad.
How many cats do you have?
Only 2.
Okay.
But we were about to get married, and we felt bad because the one cat was going to be by herself. So we said, all right, let's go get another cat. And basically it's like a dating app, right? So you're swiping through all these cats, okay? And you see this one said that it is very fun-loving and that it played fetch. Well, I'm thinking, whoa.
A cat that plays fetch? Sign me up.
Cat that plays fetch? This sounds great. We're going to go viral on TikTok. We're going to make all this money. This is awesome. We get the dang cat, and it just doesn't play fetch. And it's still a cool cat, but a lot of the reason we were getting it was because it said it played fetch.
Yeah.
And I'm looking here. I know he is very young in the game, but Maxime Reynaud shooting 27% from 3, if he can't shoot threes, how does that change how we look at him? We're trying to make him play the 4 and all this stuff. How do we look at him now?
He's played well enough where, to me, that's kind of a bonus. If he's able to start hitting threes like he did last year, that's great. If not, I still think he can help you. He's got to make that little push shot, and he knows that. That 8-footer, he's not making that at a higher clip.
He was.
Yeah. But last year at Stanford, he shot 35% on 193 attempts. The year before that, 36% on only 61 attempts. So I still think even in college, even though, wow, for a big in college, he made 67 threes last year. That's great. But I think it was still a work in progress. Mm-hmm. I just hope he's still able to work on it in practice, or it is an interesting point you make, because I remember talking to Scott Perry right after the draft and asking him, hey, Maxime Reynaud, he can shoot the 3. Is that a type of guy that could play with Domas? He said, maybe. Yeah, in theory.
I think he knew.
Really?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look good. Let's just keep it.
That is like you said, there's a huge difference.
Yeah.
I remember, in some ways, I got to be honest, in some ways, Maxime Reynaud a little bit reminds me of Spencer Hawes. And I remember Spencer Hawes saying, we used to do an interview with him like every week on the station. I remember he said when he was a rookie or his second year, he said, oh, in the NBA, that's a big boy shot.
Yeah.
23-9.
Right.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. And here's the thing. we're looking at his percentage, and he's at 27.3. He's taking 0.8 a game. Whitey, you go to his totals, okay? And for his totals, he's made 9. And at least one was a bank.
Yeah.
At least one had no business going in.
By the way, if I'm not mistaken, he has already tied Ben Simmons for career threes made. I could be wrong, but I think Ben Simmons made like 9 in his whole career.
You're probably right. But
that's not really the goal.
No, it's not the goal at all. So you take away 1 or 2 of them banks, and this is ugly.
I think that it's still an area in which he can grow. I don't think the Kings need him to make his threes for him to be contributing to them. That's how I would see it.
I think moving forward, I think it's a huge deal. Look, this is why I say, before they moved on from Valanciunas, it's all the same key to the same gym. I don't care if it's got to be the practice gym. I don't care if he needs to go into the straight-up Golden One main arena. But over the summer, somebody needs to lock him in a gym and just have him shoot corner threes all day.
Yeah. It's tough for a big to shoot the corner threes because the big isn't necessarily out there. You don't necessarily want him out there.
Well, then he's not going to play with Domas.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not saying he can't shoot threes, but I mean the corner three.
Well, you start small.
Mm-hmm.
Start small.
He's not really shooting the ball well at all right now from anywhere. I think he's just getting a little worn down. Well, it's not an excuse. It happens.
Well, when you said, is he hitting his kind of rookie wall, somebody else asked the question, is it more about Domas coming back? They say, Whitey, has he really hit the wall, or is it just because he's losing playing time because Domantas Sabonis is back? That's from the 916.
That's a fair point, but I mean, if you look at the numbers, he's just not shooting the ball well. Maybe, I don't know, it's because he's not getting minutes. He's just not shooting well. 1 for 6, 0 for 2, 3 for 7, 3 for 6, 3 for 11 his last 5 games.
Yeah.
And that's on 2s. That's not 3s, of course.
Yeah. And I don't know. I need him to make some threes. I'm going to be honest with you. I know you're saying they'll figure it out either way. Nah, man.
It's important. I'm just saying we might have to be a little more patient. Although, I'll tell you what, if you really get to the point where how can we cleverly, not win some of these games? Max, let it fly, baby.
Yeah. We're working on something.
We need 10 to 15 a game.
Yeah, we're working on something. I'm looking here at his highlights. He had the windmills going, and it was all good.
I do think, I know we talk about Westbrook a lot. That has been the most important thing that Westbrook has done this year. Mm-hmm. He has, to this point in many games, almost spoon-fed Maxime Reynaud.
Yes, he's
done a great job of that.
No, Whitey, I'm telling you right now, that 3 looks different. It's the length. It's still a little hitch, but
it wasn't the prettiest thing even in college, though, right? I remember. He'd make them.
Yeah,
but it wasn't like, oh, that's Klay Thompson or anything.
No, but it was less than now.
Uh-huh.
He's really trying to get that bad boy up now.
Yeah. Well, you know who else had a problem with that? Speaking of that terrible Warrior year, your guy, and he is your guy. Don't tell me he's not. Jordan Poole.
Yeah?
When he first came into the NBA, it was hard to look at.
Right.
Just the distance. And he was a guy they brought in like he's going to be the next Clay. And he eventually got to a point where he, kind of spotty three-point shooter, but he could make the 3. But his first year as a rookie, woo.
Well, that makes me feel better.
Terrible.
But that makes me feel better.
Yeah.
Because, there's still plenty of room for Maxime. They just got to get him. They just got to get him more opportunities and make it a thing. We need you to shoot.
It may be really high on your list. I just think on their list, it's like it's on the list, but there's other things you got to. They're focusing more on him being more physical and doing more centery things. They'll get to it, Alan.
We can find other centers to do centery things. We need you to shoot.
We're still playing center, so we need you to.
But we need you to
be able to stay on the court.
Well, stop fouling.
Okay.
And take threes.
Yeah.
That's it.
The 49ers in their window. We'll look at that. Also, the question that prompted Sean McVay to answer, the hell kind of question is that, when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram Center, and Fairfield in Cal Expo. More info at CITBfest.com.
Thunder, feel the thunder. It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
All right, Ellis Styles. Now we've got headed to the Super Bowl, of course, the Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots. And I know a lot of 49er fans, and I root for the 49ers. A lot of 49er fans, oh, this is so terrible.
Right.
Get over it. The 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl in a while, so just deal with it.
Yeah.
Seattle deserves to be here.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
And Sam
New England
Darnold
deserves to be here.
Yeah. What's this going to do to the I guess, the typical quarterback conversation? You're either going to have Sam Darnold win it, who is bounced around, 5 teams, whatever it is, second, third, fourth draft at this point, or you're going to have Drake May, and unless Drake May has a crazy game, it's kind of a Russell Wilson ride, which is weird because he might win the MVP, but specifically in the playoffs, it's been very Russell Wilson. When I say Russell Wilson, kind of carried by his defense and others that first or the one Super Bowl that he did win. So I don't know. This is going to be the second season in a row where I know people were high on Drake May early, but I mean a non-top 5 quarterback wins
He's
the whole
pretty
thing.
good, Alan.
You're putting him in the top 5?
Well, he might be the MVP.
And maybe
he's probably not going to be.
It's a very weird because he has not played like that in the playoffs.
Well, I think order in terms of how we look at quarterbacks will be totally restored or preserved. If Drake May has a big game and is the MVP, then it's like, oh, he continues to ascend.
Yep.
And if Darnold throws 4 interceptions,
then
people say, I knew it.
Yeah.
Right now it looks like, I may have to reevaluate
Right.
what I've always said about Sam Darnold.
Yes.
People are still waiting. Watch, he's going to blow it. Watch this. All right, then watch this. Watch him turn it over. Watch. He's going to cost him the game. Now they're going to the Super Bowl.
Doesn't it kind of feel, with that being said, doesn't that feel like when Sam Darnold is throwing the football right now, which is so funny because we're probably not going to do the game manager thing, but we probably should, because when he throws the football, I know JSN is always, doing his thing, but it is all very calculated. It's almost as if Mike McDonald, they've tried to put Sam Darnold in a world where we just don't really say game manager as much anymore. I don't know why, but they're trying to make it almost like pumpkin proof, like Sam Darnold proof.
Well,
because every time he's throwing, he's not really throwing into tight windows. And I think it's all connected. We'll see with no Charbonnet, but with the running game, Kenneth Walker going crazy, it's all very calculated. You know what it reminds me of? Going back to your Niners, staying on schedule. And the Seahawks, when you have a good defense, and running game, it allows everything to stay on schedule. So Sam Darnold isn't put in situations to try to be a hero very often.
Well, you don't have Kyle Shanahan running things, but you have a Kubiak running things, and it's the same offense. Obviously, there's some tweaks, but it is the same zone stretch offense. But yesterday, the Rams were determined to prevent the Seahawks from hitting on big plays. They still did a couple of times, but Sam Darnold was still very effective. He wasn't just dink and dunk. No. He was still, I think his yards per attempt, I have to look it up, but I think for considering the way the Rams played, I think it was very good. So to me, he isn't playing like a game manager because he's taken some shots and he throws the ball hard.
Yo, he's got a cannon.
Yeah. He must be on a lot of Toradol for considering what happened to his oblique, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, I can't throw for 3 days and then
he's getting after it. But that's the same thing, like you said, going back to that type of offense.
He's been excellent.
Yes. But I'm just saying, when Brock is rolling, the one thing that people would say when they say Shanahan schemes people open, Brock wasn't rolling like that this season because they had bad receivers and all this. But when Brock was rolling the last couple seasons, the other part was the game manager thing that would come up is that he wasn't throwing into tight windows really either. You look up and you're wondering, how is George Kittle wide open, right?
Well, I mean, look at the game-winning touchdown pass in the opener to Tonjes.
Yeah.
Tonjes wasn't like, hey, Brock,
right?
I'm open.
Yeah. It was a different season this year for the Niners, and it feels like the Seahawks have that juice.
I think Brock was like waiting for guys to get open. He's like, that guy ain't getting open.
No, nobody's getting open. But yeah, I don't know what you do. Honestly, I'm so glad the Raiders have the number 1 pick because Sam Darnold, if he wins this thing, honestly, even just getting there, I think is going to rework how people view, not in a huge way, but I know Baker fell off the map, but Baker, Geno had his kind of time in the sun. Now Sam Darnold could kind of be the best version of these guys and win the whole thing. I think this is a great opportunity for somebody that's interested. If I'm Kyler Murray, I'm jumping for joy now because there used to be kind of a negative connotation once you're no longer on the team that you got drafted to. It didn't work out. And are you a bust? Are you this? Are you that? If Sam Darnold is able to win the whole thing, I think a lot of teams would say, okay, cool. So we don't always have to stink for a season or two and try to get lucky, get a quarterback, then hope that quarterback's actually good.
Speaking of quarterbacks, the question to Sean McVay that prompted him to say, the hell kind of question is that? I don't know if you saw it post-game. Somebody asked, is Matt Stafford going to be back next year?
Oh, yes.
And he was like, well, he's played really well. The hell kind of question is that?
Yeah.
Because reporters were trying to get to, is this it for him? And the coach is like, he was the MVP.
Yeah.
Now, Matt Stafford himself after the game is like, I don't know. Right. The game just ended. I don't know. Which is one of the reasons I root against the Rams. Maybe it's because I just perceive them as being Hollywood. A little more drama than I think needs to be there.
Right.
He had obviously a phenomenal year.
Yeah.
But I was rooting for Seattle yesterday. And I didn't know for sure. Sometimes you turn on a game, I'm not sure I'm going to be rooting for.
Right.
It's probably because I predicted Seattle would win, and, you don't want to be wrong.
Right. Well,
but,
there's I think people do like the Sam Darnold thing. Everybody likes an underdog story. Matthew Stafford already has his ring. What's interesting about I
got to ask you about the taunting penalty, too, but go
ahead.
Yeah.
The Matthew Stafford piece is, I don't know, I think we finally did away with the revenge stuff. I don't really know what Matthew Stafford has left to prove, right? I mean,
Nothing unless he's like, I want to win another one before I'm done.
And a lot of people said what? They said, this is probably your best chance. And he didn't do it.
Do you remember, Alan, in the preseason, he was in a hyperbaric chamber or something? It was like his back.
Right.
They might have to start Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, I recall it was the whole back thing. So funny, the two guys that we were paying the most attention to this season, Matthew Stafford and Christian McCaffrey, both played all season and had no issues.
Yeah.
None at all. None at all. But, I don't know if you're Matthew Stafford. I just don't really know what went wrong besides Seattle just being better, and you had a down
Special
year.
Teams went wrong.
Yeah, AFC is a complete nightmare. down year from the Eagles, down year from the Niners. I just don't think it's going to get much better for the Rams, to be honest with you. I know they got the 18 tight ends, and they got Puka, the
How about
slant
that
merchant.
botched punt yesterday?
Well, the first one was
punt.
sketchy. He dropped the first one, and luckily the ball bounced back to him.
Yeah.
Smith did, and then you're thinking, Sean McVay's probably thinking, should I leave you in or not? And then he falls over. I mean,
Tries to catch it when he's on the
oh
ground.
my goodness, just get out the way. Just stop, drop, and roll. Just roll out the way.
Yeah.
I think we all saw that come. That first one was sketchy, and then he tried to run it back, and you're thinking, dude, I wouldn't do. Just get out the way.
That's the simple answer, but there's a lot of truth to it. What happened to the Rams this year? Special teams.
Yeah.
Killed them. What did you think of the taunting penalty? The Rams were facing what? And this was a crucial play. Fourth and 14 or something?
Mm-hmm.
And then the taunting penalty, the 15 yards,
Crazy.
first down.
Crazy.
4th and 12, I think it
I
would've
mean,
been.
the rules are the rules.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to talk to the team.
I know a lot of fans, at least on social media, were like, how can you call that there? But they kind of didn't give him much choice.
No, you can't be on the sideline talking to people. Matthew Stafford's simply walking off, and you're giving it to him. And then his teammates started giving it to him.
Yeah.
And it didn't end up being a storyline. That's how good the Seahawks were this season, because we've seen this story before, and hey, going back, are we going to have to deal with it? Nope, just not a problem.
That was the Eagles. That'd have been done right
Oh,
there.
my goodness. It would have – half of them would have just walked off the field. It would have been a disaster.
Is the 49ers Super Bowl window, is it still open? Is next year? Is it like, oh, they better do it next year with these aging veterans?
I really do think they need to. And I saw – did you see the connection to A.J. Brown and the Niners? I think if you were John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, you say, again, enough with the cute stuff. We gotta cash in on this now.
They do have a lot of cap space.
Yeah.
They're an older team, but they do have a lot of
We
cap
got to
space.
cash in on this now.
Mhm.
You just wasted the one guy.
$50.3 million in salary cap space.
Yeah.
Once the Ayuk deal is off the books.
The one guy that we were all worried about getting injured, Christian McCaffrey, was the one guy on the Niners that didn't get injured, and you're not going to get a lot more seasons like that from him. I think that this was probably his last season with that type of usage that Kyle Shanahan just cannot help himself with.
Mhm.
I don't think Brian Robinson is bad. I just think they wouldn't really let him do much. You probably go get the same way the Eagles went and got Tank Bigsby. Go get you a Tank Bigsby type guy.
Yeah, but you got to get one that's one of Kyle's guys or he won't trust him.
I know. But that's what I'm saying. This is a huge opportunity for the Niners to break away from their mold. And this is going to say a lot about Kyle Shanahan.
Never happen.
It's going to say
You're
a lot
right,
about Kyle
but
Shanahan.
That will never happen.
Yeah. I know they have him connected to the tight end from Oregon, and he might be slightly undersized, but he can fly.
Speaking of tight ends, I've heard even they might pursue Kyle Pitts in free agency.
I thought they might go after, the name I kept throwing out for them was Isaiah Likely, who was another guy when they decided for some odd reason to give Mark Andrews that money. I thought, okay, are you saying that Likely you're done? The Ravens have a big mess right now. They just got their head coach. So I think any of these guys, right? Pitts, Likely, maybe they do it that way instead of maybe you do both. You draft a guy and you go get somebody else, because most of these teams are running two tight ends at this point. And think about it like this. I mean, it feels like the season for the Packers, speaking of having a good backup or tight end too, feels like the season for the Packers, to a lesser degree the Lions, but these tight ends, these quarterbacks become very reliant upon them. Then they go down and things change. When the tight end for the Packers went down, doesn't feel like Jordan Love was ever quite the same. Laporta goes down. I don't know. I just think that the Niners, they got to tweak some stuff, man.
Don't you think the key to this Super Bowl is which team draws a short straw and has to spend their preparation time next to the substation?
Nobody has to do it.
That's right.
Nobody has to do it.
Nobody is going to be at the 49ers practice facility.
I mean, this thing has got legs now. Stanford is where somebody's working out.
San Jose State, I
that's
think,
right.
is the other
They
team.
just stay away.
Staying away. We don't want to stay there. No, boo.
Wow. I mean, that's incredible. That is incredible. This thing.
I have to think that was already arranged before anything came out about the substation.
No. They don't want, what they don't want. They don't want the EMF, whatever it is. It's taking off now.
Mm-hmm. When we come back, Sam Darnold's whopping bonus breakdown. We'll wrap things up coming up on Sactown Sports.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Before we get to the phones here, heading down the home stretch, we've been talking about, of course, Sam Darnold signed a 3-year, $100 million deal with the Seahawks in free agency last year. $55 million guaranteed, but his contract, according to Sports Illustrated, also included a lucrative bonus structure.
Okay.
Let's see how that's paying off for him.
Okay.
$500,000 for throwing for more than 4,000 yards. Ching! $500,000 for a completion rate of at least 67.5%. Wow. $500,000 for leading the Seahawks to a top 10 offense. $500,000 for making the playoffs. $500,000 for making it to the divisional round. $500,000 for winning a conference championship. So far, so good. Yes. And it doesn't say here if he has a bonus for winning the Super Bowl, but
I'm sure
$3 million right there, according to Front Office Sports.
Wow. Good
Just
for
in
him.
the bonuses.
Well, it's funny because...
It's like Alan Stiles with the bonus money.
Well, soon. It will be soon. Well, it's funny because, they write these contracts and they probably think, hey, best case scenario, both sides win. The Seahawks win because you're going to the Super Bowl, and obviously Sam Darnold wins because that's your money. Let me ask you this one, though, Whitey. We've been kind of talking about the different types of receivers, and, we've talked about it before. Back in the day, it felt like everybody was Megatron and everybody was 6'5", just big receivers. Now it feels like these guys are 6'1", 6'2", maybe even a little smaller than that. You got your Zay Flowers out there. Well, what are we doing with Jackson Smith and Jigba? Is he your best? He's my favorite receiver to watch. I don't know, because even Jamar Chase is 6'1", 6'2". These big guys that I remember growing up with feels like they're not as many anymore, and you still got your DK Metcalfs, things like that, but it feels like those guys are not even as productive as your kind of more compact guys. Jackson Smith and Jigba, the best receiver in the game to you?
He gets open and catches everything.
Yeah.
He can run past you. He can run underneath. I mean, the receivers now, I think they're better than they've ever been. And was it him? Somebody made, I think it was him, with a one-handed catch?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever done that. It's not as hard as it looks, but it is when someone's, trying to kill you and catch it.
Right. You're Turkey Bowl, I can
Sure.
grab
Sure.
some one-handers.
Yeah.
I can Odell, but yeah, then you have Puka, who I know I sounded like a hater earlier, but obviously
He's
Puka,
a slant merchant.
He is a slant merchant, but he's top 3. He's still top 3 in the game. I just don't know, are we going to put Jackson Smith and Jigba over Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or anybody like that? I don't know.
If he's a Super Bowl MVP, rightly or wrongly, if he has a big Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to be Sam.
Ideally, you'd like to have a guy who's like Julio Jones was like.
That's another
one of the greatest I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's another one. Right.
Yeah.
And he was big boy
so
too.
Ideally,
right?
You'd like to have a little more length if you can. But, if you have a guy as good as Jackson Smith and Jigba, it's like you can't, he's not this or he's not that. No, he's great.
Yeah.
It'd be great if he had a little more range, but it's not a problem.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, too.
Then Juwan Jennings is 4th on your list, right? The best receivers?
Why? Julio Jones, 6'3", by the way. But I also find that how offenses have evolved a little bit. I was reading something, and it was talking about the thought process of a receiver and the ability. I think Ricky Pearsall is good at this. I think these are guys that Shanahan likes, smart receivers that can find soft spots, and how good Travis Kelce was at that. George Kittle. Tight ends kind of started with tight ends, but now receivers are doing it too. Because
I guess Kyle would rather have receivers that know the play, but if you don't, Kendrick Bourne, we can still find something for you.
Right. Well, a couple plays, maybe 1 or 2. That's about it. But yeah, I don't know if we're going to leave this season, even though he played so well, if people are going to say, I'll take Jackson. It's one of those things where somebody wins MVP versus who is actually better than that person, right? If somebody random wins MVP, that doesn't mean you're going to take them over Aaron Judge or something like that. Jackson Smith and Jigba could be the best, or probably is the best receiver this season. I don't know if anybody's going to take him over Justin Jefferson, though.
I just remember a few years ago, Kyle Shanahan talking about how we had guys that were too small and they couldn't get off the line against press coverage. So then we went with like Ayuk and Debo. But then it seems like now, but now you need faster guys too. And they're always trying to, they get fast guys that either can't catch or they never play them.
They just
draft them.
never play.
Danny Gray.
Never saw Danny Green.
Yeah. So
Cowing can't get on the Cowing I think is about 5'9", something like that. So yeah, then you have your Zay Flowers types.
Yeah.
That are, they're not going to be running after jump balls, but he's very good at just finding the open space.
You know who's a great receiver, at least in flag football? He joins us now. It's time for Check It with TC. TC is a very, very talented receiver. I believe, according to what I'm hearing, in flag.
Or whatever. That's what I said, man. Y'all can come out there, man. Get some flag in you. Flag is fun, man. You never too old to play a sport, especially if you're athletic. All three of you guys are athletic. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
That's right. What do you got for us today?
Hey, so let's check it out, man. Hey, so Niner fans, listen, man, let it go, bro. We lost. Seahawks fan.
Yes.
Patriots fan. It is what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? No, that's a whole other conversation for another day. But we ain't going to make up 1,000 excuses why we not there. We know injuries played a factor, but we lost, bro.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Yep.
That's all I got to say. As far as the Domas, listen, if that's any noise, that's a beautiful move. And I believe, Terry, if you take a step, 2 step back, right, they talking about Keon could be worth a first, right? And if you swing Domas, so we talking about 3 first-round picks in this loaded draft. Has anybody ever thought about that? I know that might be going crazy, but at least 2, right? Because if one of them is going to bring a first-round pick back, and it's going to be in this draft along with our lottery pick, as well as our 2 second-round picks, which are early in the second round. Bro, I'm telling you, we cooking with grease. That's all I got. I just want to tap in. Just think about that a little bit. Yeah. I don't want to move too quick, but think about it.
Thank you, TC.
That's all I got. Thank you.
I've been thinking about that a lot. You get more than one pick in this draft. It's just everyone knows how great this draft is. So
yeah,
people are not going to be giving away these picks like candy. But I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you, TC.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to pull it off. That's what that's what everybody's trying to do. Find a way in.
Yes. The Super Bowl matchup coming up. If you look at the odds that each team faced before the season started and you combine them, like the Patriots were 80-1 shots, Seahawks were 60-1 shots, combined 4,800 to 1 shots. By that measure, this is the unlikeliest Super Bowl matchup ever, at least since 1989.
Wow.
But a lot of the unlikeliest Super Bowls by that standard have been recent Super Bowls because that's the nature of the NFL now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and again, everybody's going to look at this thing differently. I do think Sam has to win it, though. I for my idea of, if you do something, you don't have to go the classic route. I do think he's got to win the whole thing for people to say, we can do the rebuild quarterback
or maybe
now.
just not play badly. I mean, if he plays well and they don't win, it's not, it's not his fault.
Now you got to win it.
Yeah.
You got to win it. Mm-hmm. You're a winner.
Thank you. So is Drake May, but I think Sam Darnold's going to win the Super Bowl this time.
I think he is too.
Yeah. Are you comfortable with that line?
Was it 6.5?
Is it 6.5?
Well, it was 5. It started at 4.5. Then somebody said it was 6.5. But I don't know. There's some disrespect from the Patriots or on the Patriots, but I mean, it's for a reason. That Seahawks defense. And I don't know, going back to the wide receivers, I don't know what to do with Stephon Diggs. He was talking about how everyone called me washed up. The brother had 17 yards and 5 catches.
All right, Alan.
How do you do that?
I'll see you tomorrow. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Thanks for being with us. We've got more great sports talk coming up on Sactown Sports. Talk to you tomorrow.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes?
Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice! With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda. One-stop Honda shop.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
You ever notice how the other guys scream about massive discounts on their Dodge, Chrysler, or Jeep Ram vehicles? Then you get to the fine print and boom, another $5,200 in mandatory ads. At Hoblet, we don't insult your intelligence. The price you see is the price you pay. No mystery add-ons, no bait and switch, no gotcha when you sit down to buy. Hoblet, family owned for 77 years. Transparency, straightforward pricing. Buy it right, buy it at Hoblet.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
TikTok at BetMGM tonight. And then you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Huge thanks and shout out once again to Coach Herm Edwards for joining us last segment. That was awesome. If you missed it, you can go back on the Odyssey app or download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. So, moving forward, we talked a lot about Mike McCarthy being the new Steelers head coach, and so the coaching carousel continues to spin forward here with just a handful of jobs now left open. And the Buffalo Bills being one of them, along with the Arizona Cardinals, the Cleveland Browns, and the Las Vegas Raiders. if I'm the Buffalo Bills, who parted ways with Sean McDermott a week ago, I'm giving Clint Kubiak a blank check to be the next head coach of my football team. If I'm owner Terry Pagula, if I'm GM / now president Brandon Beane, I'm giving Clint Kubiak a blank check, and I'm waiting for Clint Kubiak. I'm waiting for him. Because Terry Pagula and Brandon Beane, they've embarrassed themselves here in the last week. That god-awful press conference a week ago, everything that's been coming out about them and them saying it themselves, flat up lying about the decision to draft Keon Coleman and throwing Sean McDermott under the bus for that. And there's several clips on the internet, as if they didn't know the internet exists, of Brandon Beane just salivating over Keon Coleman. One way they can fix this offseason, one way that they can ensure Bills Mafia that the chance to win a Super Bowl is still there, that the window to win a Super Bowl has not closed with Josh Allen as your quarterback, you give him Clint Kubiak. You hire Clint Kubiak and you give him a blank check. You give him a decent amount of power as well. Maybe not the kind of power that John Harbaugh has gotten himself with the New York Giants, but pretty damn close to it. Because I don't know how you watched the NFC title game last night and not immediately think that Clint Kubiak is going to be an amazing play-calling head coach in the NFL. That he's not just a coordinator. That the way that he has constructed the Seattle offense this year, and he's been given the keys to it, right? Mike McDonald, defensive-minded head coach. He's awesome. He's great. He did a great job with game management, clock management. Can't take that away from Mike McDonald. But, through osmosis, you got to imagine Clint Kubiak has learned a lot of that. This is a guy through osmosis that has learned from his dad, that has learned from Kyle Shanahan, that has learned from Mike Shanahan, that has learned from some of the best to ever do it. He's implemented that offense, and he has taken Sam Darnold, who had a great year last year in Minnesota. He's taken him a step further. He's taken him to the Super Bowl. And not only that, he literally called a perfect game last night. A perfect game. That was a clinic that Clint Kubiak put on against, a Rams defense that has struggled and has been leaky. But, man, every single play call was downright just ridiculous. The amount of creativity that he showed, getting Jackson Smith and Jigba in the backfield multiple times. And, they said it on the broadcast. Burkhardt and Brady, they were like, every time he's in the backfield, like, the ball's going to him. And the Rams know it, and they still couldn't stop it. But you talk about, we ask all year long, how is Jackson Smith and Jigba wide open? How does he get so open? It's scheming. It's play calling. It's creativity. It's knowing the weaknesses of a defense. Clint Kubiak put on a masterclass last night. He's done it all season long. He's done it all season long. Without Zach Charbonnet, he found a way to get the run game going early on with Kenneth Walker, and then bringing in Halani off IR, who hadn't played in months, and making him a factor in the offense. The play call to Jake Bobo, like the last guy the Rams expected to play a big factor. And all the different play action, the times where they ran it on first down and the times where they threw it on first down, it was a perfect mix. It was a perfect balance. They had the Rams defense on their heels all night long. They scored 31 points in 3 quarters. And they could have scored more if they needed to on that last drive. And then that fourth quarter, the Rams had the ball for 10 minutes. Nearly 450 yards of offense in the NFC title game with Sam Darnold as your quarterback. Doesn't seem like a shock right now. Doesn't seem like a big surprise. But man, before the season started, that would have seemed damn near impossible. So Clint Kubiak has proven all season long that he's worthy of a head coaching job. And he called a freaking perfect game last night. The Buffalo Bills ought to give him a blank check to be their next head coach. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. And I know what you're probably thinking if you're listening right now, or if you're watching right now. Probably saying, well, yeah, no duh. They should hire him. The other candidates the Bills have interviewed, by the way, Davis Webb, who is becoming more and more of a hotter name. He's the Broncos offensive pass game coordinator and their quarterbacks coach. He's only 31. Was playing with the Giants up until just a couple of years ago. mostly their backup and third string quarterback, but he's turned into a pretty hot name in terms of a guy that has the opportunity to be a future head coach. Speaking of another young name, the Bills also interviewed yesterday Jaguars offense coordinator Grant Udinski, who's only 30 years old, and he's the Jags OC, and he's learned a lot from Liam Cohen and apparently had a lot of responsibility in that offense this year. And he's got a really good relationship with Trevor Lawrence, and a lot of people are thinking, all right, this guy, of course, with Liam Cohen, but this guy, Grant Udinski, has helped take Trevor Lawrence to the next level. But I mentioned on Friday, some of the other names they've interviewed are downright laughable. I mean, Anthony Lynn. Mike McDaniel was going to have a second head coaching interview after he already took the Chargers offensive coordinator job. He withdrew. They've interviewed Brian Dable. That seems like the safest and on paper most obvious decision they could make. And then there's Clint Kubiak. Oh, and there was Phillip Rivers as well. I had a good hearty chuckle about that one. Phillip Rivers withdrew from the Bills head coaching search over the weekend as well. Yeah, I mean, because if they would have hired Phillip Rivers, and I was hoping they were, because they would have just completed a laughing stock of a first week of an offseason for the Buffalo Bills. But that's not happening. So on paper, yeah, Clint Kubiak is better than all those other candidates. So oh, wait, what a great take, Pat. The Bills should hire Clint Kubiak? Sure. Yeah, look, I've been glazing Clint Kubiak all offseason. I said the Falcons should have hired him. He's been my top head coaching candidate of the entire cycle. Here's where things get difficult for Buffalo. They're not permitted to contact him again until after the Super Bowl. And the week where you could have interviewed Clint Kubiak, which 6 teams did, it was during the Seahawks bye week in the playoffs because they got the number 1 seed. And they got the bye week in the divisional round. Since then, you're not permitted to talk to Clint Kubiak. And funny enough, the Buffalo Bills fired Sean McDermott after the divisional round, after they lost to Denver last weekend. So the Bills, if they want to interview Clint Kubiak, if they want to hire Clint Kubiak, they got to wait a long 2 weeks to do so. Well, 13 days now. 2 weeks. Not going to interview him on Super Bowl Sunday night. They got to wait 2 long weeks to do that. And you run the risk of some of these other good candidates that they've interviewed, Davis Webb, Brian Dable, Grant Udinski, any other name that may or may not pop up, you run the risk of that candidate taking a job elsewhere. And you know what I say to that? Fine. I don't give a damn. Because if I'm the Buffalo Bills, I know in my heart, I know with my eyes that this guy can take this Buffalo Bills offense, can take Josh Allen and bring him back to MVP form. That this offense that the Buffalo Bills have, that yes, has been great at running the ball under Joe Brady, but why not be great at running the ball and throwing the ball? Because Buffalo has struggled to throw the ball, and a lot of that is due to the lack of talent they have at the wide receiver position. And yes, Jackson Smith-Njigba is an all-pro elite stud, and Buffalo doesn't have that. But maybe how often and how unbelievably wide open Clint Kubiak has been able to get Jackson Smith-Njigba open this year, maybe he can do that for Khalil Shakir. Maybe he can turn Khalil Shakir into an undoubted number 1 all-pro wide receiver. Maybe he can turn Dalton Kincaid into an all-pro. I mean, he's a pro bowler. Maybe he can turn Dalton Kincaid into the best tight end in football. You've seen it all year long with Seattle. It's a guy that's got the family tree, the coaching tree, the experience, the NFL head coach, the NFL knowledge, the brain, and the results with a team that next to nobody was picking to win the division, let alone get to the Super Bowl, especially with Sam Darnold. And of course, the players get a lot of credit, but Clint Kubiak deserves a ton of that credit. So the Buffalo Bills, yes, they should wait 2 weeks and run the risk of Brian Dable saying, I'm not waiting. Run the risk of Joe Brady, their current offense coordinator, saying, I'm done. I'm not waiting, guys. I'll go take the head coaching job for the Raiders. They run the risk of Grant Udinski potentially taking a head coaching job elsewhere or staying in Jacksonville because he doesn't want to wait. And you run the risk of the same thing with Davis Webb. That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. The biggest risk that you run, though, of all, is that you pass up on hiring any of those candidates. And Clint Kubiak does what Ben Johnson did last year, 2 years ago. And he stays. Stays in Seattle. Says, sorry, I want to run it back. And then you don't get any of the candidates you interviewed? Maybe none. I mean, I'm sure that, look, they've interviewed 5 or 6 guys. Not every single one is going to be a head coach, and probably few of them are going to be an offense coordinator, if not just returning to their current post. And so, frankly, I really don't think that is that big of a risk. I mean, who's getting the job in Vegas? Who's getting the job in Arizona? Who's getting the job in Cleveland? There's not a ton of overlap. There's not a ton. So I really don't think it's that big of a risk. The biggest risk is that you wait 2 weeks and Clint Kubiak says, yeah, sorry, guys, I'm staying in Seattle. But think about Ben Johnson. Think about the teams he interviewed with last year. And think about the openings last year. You had the Patriots. They went with Vrabel right away, immediately. They hired Mike Vrabel on January 5th, or January 12th, a week after they fired Gerard Mayo. They weren't waiting for anybody. You had the Jets. No shot Ben Johnson was going there. You had the Jaguars. Okay. Decently attractive. But Trevor Lawrence was also coming off an injury-riddled season where he wasn't very good. You had the Raiders. Ben Johnson wasn't going there. The Cowboys. Not great. And you had the Saints, which was not an attractive spot. And I don't know, the Chicago Bears on paper, they're not like they were a can't-miss commodity, but Ben Johnson, in his mind, knew that he could take Caleb Williams in that offense and bring him to the next level. And he did. Think about the openings right now in the NFL. You got the Arizona Cardinals. Who's playing quarterback? You got the Raiders. Okay.